Greetings, greetings, humanity. Welcome, one and all, to this thing, whatever this thing is. Hang on, let me adjust the audio here real quick of this thing. Let's try that one. Just make a quick adjustment. There we go. That's exactly where we wanted it. Hi, I'm Jim. I use he, him pronouns. Welcome to Channel Otherdoc. This is the premiere of the next arc of our Waking Nightmares campaign of Don't Rest Your Head, a game by Fred Hicks of Evil Hat Productions. This is a supernatural horror game in which the Insomniac characters have been awake for so long they've developed strange abilities and can freely interact with the realm of living nightmares. Because who doesn't want to do that?
Boring people.
I know, right? But let us go around and say hi to everybody, find out once more who they are and who they are playing, and who we have with us for the nonce. And this evening we will start with Shade. Hello.
Hey everybody, I'm Shade. This is the second arc I'm playing in this campaign, and the first arc I was playing during midnight, I mean like in real time. So this time it's 8 a.m. in the morning, so a little bit of a switch. And my character, Tyler, he's an ex-banker. Well, now actually he's an ex-banker, so he got his job back. He had some personal struggles because of which he had insomnia attacks, and he ended up in a mad city with a bunch of other lucky guys. But then he got out, and well, I guess we'll probably learn what happened to him exactly during the beginning of the story.
Yes, I can't wait. Awesome. And now we will head over to Krimsin. Hello.
Hey y'all, I'm Krimsin Galaxy. That's Krimsin, because I'm not me without a little bit of sin. My pronouns are they, them, she, and they, and today I am playing Katrina Wales, a homeless musician who got into the Mad City from just not sleeping because she had to look out for her shit while she was on the street and didn't want it stolen because it was her one tie to life, honestly. And she went through all of last arc just trying to do the best she could. And at points it turned out good, at other points it turned out not so good, and that's life. And she's been trying to get back to the city ever since.
Excellent. Let me just see here. Yeah, for some reason, I'll look into it in a moment. The captions seem to be stuck for some reason, but they seem to be picking me up again, so I think we might be good. But well, we'll figure that out. You're in there. I can see that you're in there. But anyway, now let us head over to Mem. Hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Mem. My pronouns are she, her. Today, I'm introducing my character, Dara Murphy. She's a girl on the run. From who? From what? We're not sure. We'll figure it out. I have never played this game, and I'm excited to give it a whirl and probably screw something up, but that's okay. That's what I do.
Okay, it looked like it had the wrong audio source for my microphone, so it should be working now.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Excellent. Let me see now. I just need to quickly paste a thing onto another screen that may or may not happen shortly. There we go. Okay. All right. That's done. So, now that I have scampered about doing strange things, before we dive in, as a reminder, like we do with the other games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. So if we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type in an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or hold up a card or make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll fade to black on it, or we'll put it behind a veil, so it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, If we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is to put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that again with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. As a reminder, just a few content warnings. This game has the potential for discussions of physical and mental debilitation, insomnia, death, law enforcement, nightmares, body horror, being stalked and chased by supernatural beings, and other horrific themes. This game has mechanics related to states arising from sleep deprivation, referred to in-game as exhaustion, madness, scars, and fight-or-flight responses, but places the expression of those states squarely in the hands of the players. If you want to see that content warning that'll be popping up regularly in chat, you can summon it by typing !DRYHCW, and that will show up there. And then, again, finally, please remember that we have an open door policy, which means that any of us, and any of you, can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It is just a game, and mental health is always more important. So, we are beginning once again with Don't Rest Your Head. And we are actually going to be launching directly into the narrative for this one, for a number of reasons. But it's been about 3 or 4 months or so since we last saw anyone visit the Mad City. They're back in the city's slumbering, the various places on Earth. But our insomniacs shall be drawn together as once again various machinations have begun. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have a little conversation with Tyler by way of reintroduction so that we might see what's been happening. So, Tyler, we're going to, there are some questions to be asked, but there is one thing we need to address first. When last we saw you, you were getting sucked out of a doorway to who knows where. I can elucidate a little bit now that 3 or 4 months ago, you found yourself in the hotel of a fairly upscale lobby. You were in a major city. You were probably it was probably in, I want to say, Seattle. They got close. Whether you chose to sleep again or not, that was entirely up to you. But back on this side of things, probably would have been helpful to sleep at some point.
I think that, yeah, I think I did.
Yeah. Did you try to sleep like in that hotel, or did you go somewhere?
In the hotel, I mean, after all what happened, I just probably tried to book a room.
You would have been
get a nice sleep there.
You would have been fascinated to discover, probably, that there was already a room booked there in your name.
Okay, a little bit suspicious, but at this point I don't care. I'll just go and figure out what happened after that.
Yeah. So, after sleeping, things changed a bit. Your adventures in the Mad City that evening felt more distant. You slept for a very long time. I need to point this out. You slept for like a couple of days. And the room seemed to be fine. The room was paid for. Upon waking, everything that had happened in the Mad City felt kind of like a dream. And the memories of it were somewhat fragmented. You could, if you concentrated on it and thought about it, you could remember it. Did you write anything down on when you woke up, or did you just sort of let it
wander
around in the soup of your brain?
When I wake up, I probably just took off my phone. If I think I should still have it. Do I have any messages? Anything at all?
You had, I mean, you were only gone for one night then, but then there were a couple of days. But then again, you were your own boss, and you didn't. I'm going to guess that you didn't have much in the way of messages, except for you probably got an automated text from your bank saying that there had been that basically to contact them at some point. And later on, when you did, you discovered that there had been an error in your favor, apparently. And you had a little bit more money in there than you thought. Apparently, someone that you had placed investment in when you were trying to start your startup, and nothing happened. They returned the money, it seems. But
Nice.
So you were able to get by at least until you sort of figured out what you wanted to do. But then time passed. And we must now discover what happened a little bit. So, because over a few months, you did something, which we're going to find out. But that ended with another period of insomnia, which we're going to be getting into when we begin this narrative. But tell me, sort of over the last few months, what have you been doing?
So yeah, after I checked my phone and I figured out that there's nothing important, I started. I think I still remember this piece of dream, like very vividly. The moment when I summoned a black hole, I think. So I started typing it, like talking about how amazing, what an amazing dream I had, and I was thinking like who to send it to. And I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not going to send it to this person and this person. And to this person, it will probably be too awkward. So I just kind of left it there with unsent. But I got this image in my head. And then I tried to figure out how did I end up in this hotel? Did I get any clues?
It was interesting. They didn't really have a record of they knew someone apparently called in on your behalf, but and made the reservation. The same evening that you arrived. Actually, it was already past midnight when you arrived. It was actually you arrived at 1 a.m. precisely. Maybe like a couple of hours before then, they made the reservation was made. And they happened to have a room. They had a last minute cancellation. And they happened to have the room. And the reservation was made in your name. But they don't really have much in the way of details.
Okay.
I think maybe you can find out what bank the payment was drawn from. And at that time, it's an account that it's not a bank that you bank with. It's like it was like I want to say probably something overseas, some overseas bank. You could go with the cliche and say it was a Swiss bank account, but you don't have access to it, so. But you did have people in banking that you knew that maybe over time you might be able to find out a little bit more about it.
Interesting.
It would mean renewing your old contacts.
Make a note. I would definitely make a note somewhere because it is strange. I don't remember how I ended up in this hotel. Mm-hmm. If it was a dream, that probably was a dream, right? I mean, that must be. So I probably had some like very, very long party or something. So Seattle, how far is it from Portland?
Not very far, actually. Not too far. As far as I'm aware.
In a car, it's like a 2.5 to 3 hour drive. It's actually really, really close. It's like less than 200 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, great. In this case, I'm just booked. I should probably just booked a ticket, like a train ticket, or if there are no trains, just ordered a taxi.
Right.
And then went back to Portland, trying to process the things. And I figured out that, okay, it's nice that somebody deposited this additional sum of money on my account and all, but I don't have that much. And I'm currently unemployed.
Yeah.
And it kind of starts like nagging at me.
I will tell you one unusual thing you found when you got to Portland, by the way. That sort of city block, that part of the boardwalk where the Thirsty Lion coffee house existed is no longer there. It's as though it was never there. There's a different looking boardwalk there.
What?
You have memories of this coffee house. Although there is something weird and dreamlike about some of it, but you have memories of going to that coffee house. But
definitely. I was going there for I don't know, almost every day since last few months maybe.
Yeah.
That's impossible. Okay, maybe they made a renovation or something. And maybe it closed down.
Yeah. A lot of
fine.
reconstruction for 2 days, but sure.
Okay, I mean, that's even weirder. Can I still get to my apartment, which is quite close?
Yeah, no, your apartment was still there.
Okay, fine. So I'm getting to my apartment and I'm just making some notes in my phone, and the notes just some stuff that I want to figure out, who is this? What is the Swiss account? How could they end up in the Seattle? What happened to this coffee house? And I just put it for later. I need to figure it out. So in the meanwhile, I probably was walking in this district from time to time, but the main point was I wanted to find a job, because having a startup is great and all, but this thing wasn't making any money for a year. So I'm not going to survive doing that. That was actually more extracting money from me because, I had to pay for some things. And I get back on the job market, updated my LinkedIn account, connected some old friends, tried to find something in tech/finance industry, something that, to get some money. And I think that I got contacted by a recruiter, who had a position which seemed to be a perfect match for me in Chicago. So that was TK Industries.
Yep.
They have a headquarters in Chicago, and they needed a senior consultant for their investment department, investment and R&D. I had just one interview with the recruiter and one interview with somebody from their team, and then I got an offer. That was a very nice offer. I didn't expect to get something that good, especially after 1 year gap. So I thought about it a little bit, again, selling away my freedom, and I decided, that's a good price to sell it for. So I accepted and went to Chicago with a bunch of mysteries unresolved. When I was leaving, before I just left, Portland, I passed again by this spot where this cafe used to be. How I found anything else? What was going on there?
No one remembers that part of the boardwalk ever being there. If you look on Google Maps, It looks exactly the way it looks on Google Maps, which is without that coffee house or that block being there.
Okay. Fine. Whatever. Taking the train to Chicago, or maybe a plane, whatever is faster.
I think maybe you did want, maybe if you looked online and stuff, local neighborhood stuff, you might, you found one reference to someone having a dream about there being a cafe there, but that was about it.
Okay, was it like a public account?
No, it was something. It was like a one-off. Someone had made some kind. It was what is it? It was one of those accounts. They are very private. They don't say much. They literally only made the account to talk on like the Yelp page or whatever. Basically, where you saw that.
I see. Okay, so there is no way I could contact this person.
No, they have no. Their info's out. I mean, you can try sending a message to them. You can try through Yelp. Basically, I don't know if you can message people through Yelp, but this is a fictional equivalent. So there we are.
I see. I'll just leave a comment. Hey, how interesting! I saw exactly the same dream. And well, let's see if it gets me somewhere.
Yeah.
When I got to Chicago, well, this headquarters, that's probably a huge skyscraper, all for this company, like the whole building for the same company. And I got a job somewhere on the, say, 17th floor.
All right. Yeah. So TK Industries, Tavener Keating Industries, is located in the Loop area of Chicago. This is, by the way, going to be once again similar to but legally distinct from actual Chicago. But I'm going to say that it's in that that's now. Now, of course, I haven't really identified exactly the. Let's see, is it in the Loop or is it? Actually, I think I'm going to say it's a little further. It's a little further south, but it'll still be accessible by monorail, and one of those buildings. It's not far from the river, and it's also not too far from the park. There's this big park, sort of district-looking thing. Yes, TK Industries. Your office is on the 17th floor, and you were able to. Yeah, they hired you for that position. You did very well. A lot of doors just opened for you. There was something about management liked you. You got to meet the CEO, Mark Keating. And he seemed to take a liking to you. Tell me something you know about Mark. What is Mark like, do you think?
Mark? Well, I think he is like a typical successful, manager type. So, well-built, he is going to the gym every day, mm-hmm. has a short haircut, mm-hmm. Wears a suit usually, mm-hmm. and have a very, very calm voice all the time, mm-hmm. very calm, deep voice, talking all. When you talk to this guy, he's you get an impression that he got it all the time. Well, I mean, that's what he's trained for, right? And I think we are on good terms. I don't think that we are really close friends or anything. We had drinks a couple of times, normal corporate drinks, which mm-hmm. happen, I don't know, every Thursday, let's say.
Yeah, sure.
And yeah, that's about it.
All right. So, during the course of your work there, Every now and then. Now, which department did you say you were working in?
It's investments and R&D.
Investments and R&D. Every now and then, there are special clients who come through. You don't find out a lot about them necessarily, but every now and then, Mark will give you just basically a heads up. There's a special client coming through. Just make sure they get in the elevator. If just keep an eye out and get. It's not your job to go and grab the person and move them over, right? But you do get the heads up. Every now and then, a special client has to go up to the top floor. And the few times you've seen it happen, it's probably a couple of times you've seen them come through. They usually look a little bit draggled, and usually they're being helped along by building security. We're just sort of kind of guiding them to get to the elevator. It was a little weird, but I suppose special client of some kind. So now we are going to come to the present and your new period of insomnia. So I must ask some questions. The first question is, what lately has been keeping you awake?
Oh well. Apart from normal stress at work, because the tasks that I'm getting, they are interesting but challenging, and the management always wanted to be done quick and efficient, and better, quicker, faster, all this normal stuff. Well, that's a big corporate. Like bigger the corporation is, bigger the management puts pressure on all the direct reports. So that's okay. I kind of expected that. But also, apart from that, some kind of weird stuff started happening in the office. Okay, I was working long hours sometimes, so maybe I just got tired, but I heard some sort of a whisper a couple of times, and I think I recognized it. I'm not sure. It's like I heard it in a dream before or something, and when I looked around, nobody was there, so either I got tired or just pranked by one of my colleagues. But one time, it got real strange. So I was walking by the office of Mark, who, judging by the lights coming from the office, decided to have an all-nighter as well. And I heard people talking there, well, which was a bit unusual at this time. So I stopped and listened to, and so one of this person was definitely Mark, and the second one, I couldn't quite get my head around, but eventually I realized that I heard this voice in the dream. Just before, in the end, before this, I remember now that this black hole appeared. I think that was the guy who somehow connected to that. And his name, something with T3Tro. I definitely don't remember it now, but I so that got me spooked. I quickly knocked and I opened the door, but there was just Mark getting some papers and nobody else. And I said, well, hi, I just want to say goodbye before I leave. So goodbye, and I left totally confused. That got me up. That night, I was really trying to remember this dream that I had before, and I thought I got some pieces.
Yes. The more, as once your insomnia started, and especially after this incident, the more you thought about it, and the longer you stayed awake, the more memories of your time in the Mad City came back to you, became sharper. And by the time our story starts, you will have recovered pretty much everything. I am going to lead into the next... I feel as though we're leading into the other question, which is more recent history. And this is where we get to what unusual thing just happened. A thing that happened that kicked the weirdness up a notch.
Oh, that thing. By the way, I think I recall the name of the guy. I think his name was like Triplet Weight or something.
Yep.
Yes, Triplet Weight. Yeah, what a strange name. And what a strange dream.
Yes.
So the last weird thing that happened was I was frequenting a bar, sort of nearby this bar with nice cocktail. Like they have a very nice cocktail collection, and bartenders who are happy to chat often with the clients, and also a venue, sort of. So like a scene where you get bands and just performers, either local or even international sometimes.
Yeah.
So I was enjoying going there. And at one time and by the way, I think I kind of like was dropping some stuff that about my dreams that I witnessed, sometimes to just to bartenders, like when I was getting a bit drunk, because hey, that's just was so unusual, and I wanted to share it with someone. During one evening, or rather night, my colleague from the other department, Ellie, was there as well. And we just kind of we stayed longer than usual. We chatted longer than usual as well. And I told her about these adventures that I had, kind of jokingly, just to keep the conversation going. And the next day, during this exact night, she mentioned, she got very curious and we had a great chat. And then she said that the next day there will be this charity event with where some really big and great guys are going to organize it, and it's going to be real fun. I should go, and how about I go and check it out? And I said, oh yeah, sure. So next evening I visited this charity event. And you probably know better than me where it happened.
Yes. The this charity event, it was in another very tall building, a bit further inside the loop, and this is a building that kind of, the best way I can describe it is you sort of know how when in say the Batman movies, when they take a building that they're filming they're filming in say Chicago, but then they decide you go inside and the top several floors are like the inside of a mansion, type deal. This was kind of like that. It was very much like being inside a mansion. That part of the that part of the building where Allie brought you.
So, hey, yeah, the building looks great. People look very enthusiastic, and I didn't quite get what the charity event was about. What was the goal of this charity? I think they were just sort of finding some sort of investors, so people who are interested to donate, but I couldn't quite get why.
Yeah. The Hammer Club, they've been around since apparently the 1930s. And they had, they were very interested. It seemed they had some degree of interest in what looked like mysticism, interest in dreams. A lot of very rich people there. Also a lot of strange kind of decor. You'll find these kind of, they had like cubist paintings, and they had also sort of more Jackson Pollock-y things up. Sort of odd statues. And these people kind of were very interested in your dreams. They wanted to talk to you about your dreams. And some of them were kind of almost let slip, like they looked at you and not like they knew what you were talking about when you started talking about the Mad City. They were very interested.
Okay, a bunch of crazy people probably. I mean, it keeps me entertaining. So yeah, I just talking about my dream, asking them about theirs, roaming around, getting all these experiences around me. Hey, I don't think I ever visited a proper mystery, like mystic club or anything like that.
Signs were looking good. They tended to be somewhat tight-lipped about their dreams, but occasionally they would describe meeting people who were still dead that they had known in life. Occasionally they described... They would describe seeing... sort of some kind of, they would describe like a minotaur working in a bar. Things like that. Occasionally they'd describe that a little bit, but they wouldn't go into a lot of detail. But then, on your wanderings, you took perhaps a wrong turn, and you ended up in the trophy room. A lot of these folks talked about liking to hunt, by the way. You would get this definite vibe of, there was a certain degree of crappy rich person vibe in this club. I do need to tell you that. But a lot of them like to hunt, and you ended up in a trophy room. And in this trophy room, there was a great deal of taxidermy going on. The thing is, some of it looked like people that like beings that should not exist, animals that shouldn't exist. You know how sometimes people will make cryptids out of different animals, that kind of deal? But it looked very realistic.
Huh. Okay.
And some of them reminded you of something. Something reminded you very specifically of something you saw in the Mad City. Do you have any thoughts about what you might have seen that reminded you very specifically of the type of creatures you might find in the Mad City?
Okay, from the Mad City. The Mad City is difficult to describe because the creatures, it doesn't have any defined creatures. That's kind of the thing about Mad City.
Yeah.
But I remember very vividly all these vegetables, like talking vegetables, especially carrots, some reason, and triangular heads, like all these geometrical shapes, and of course all this undead from I think they're from Necropolis. A bunch of undead dudes, and a huge cabbage. I don't think that would fit in the room though.
So I think that you saw at some point, it looked like one of the things in this room was stuffed and mounted as a large anthropomorphic piece of broccoli. Arms and legs and eyes looked just like the vegetables that you saw in the Garden District.
Okay. This resemblance is uncanny. It's strange. It's getting stranger and stranger. I would get closer to this thing and I would touch it. Is it wax? Is it just like a wax sort of replica or something like that?
Oh, it's preserved. The sides, you could knock on the side because it's coated. But you definitely think there's vegetable matter under there.
Okay.
And I think that you were discovered in this room. We're not going to roleplay through this, but you were discovered in this room. And there was a little bit of a debate. They realized you had seen a bit too much. And they were trying to decide what to do with you. Allie came back and got them to back down. Got you out of there. Told you that they were very impressed, but they've got to decide what they want to do. You might get in, she told you. But at the same time, you must be careful. And there were some things she's going to want to tell you, but she can't tell you right now. She couldn't tell you right then.
Okay. Well, thanks, Ellie,
She would be willing to
for
meet
saving
you.
my ass.
Yeah. She would be willing to meet you at the bar. A few days after that. She will tell you she'll meet you, then you will talk.
Okay. Sure.
So, we are now going to need to have a little discussion with folks about this bar. And I think, as by way of making... Now, but, no, wait, that is the present. We need to deal a little bit more with the past before we return to the present. Now that I'm thinking about it. So, I will now need to talk to Katrina for a little bit. Katrina!
Okay. Hello.
Hi!
Hi.
You escaped from the Mad City. You made a deal with, or actually, you didn't even have to necessarily make a deal. You were getting paid back by the mortician, who found a door for you, and you and your companions brought you there. Those who were still with you, Tyler was long gone at this point.
Yeah, they just disappeared. I don't know what happened to Tyler. It was weird. There was just a black hole in the middle of like what was supposed to be the safest district in the Mad City, and it kind of just like tore everything there apart. And then like Tyler was gone. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was very strange. But you made it back, and as we said, as you had a chance to look around Portland to realize that there's a little piece of the river missing.
Yeah, that was weird too.
Along with the Thirsty Lion Coffee House. But what happened over the next few months? What did you do?
Well, Katrina, like, legit just assumed that because she closed the door in Portland, closed the entrance and exit to the Mad City, that there probably wouldn't be another one coming back. Now, she did have no evidence that this would be the case. She just guessed that that would be the case. Like, she fears that she may have closed it off to the Mad City forever. And then she felt like she had to leave because all she's wanted since leaving is to get back, because she didn't want to go.
Yeah.
So she legit just like started calling around and booking shows in all of these other cities, just like trying to go to places with heavy nightlights. That way she could hopefully stumble upon a door. and she actually started to get some traction. Like, people actually started listening to her music. Now, whether or not that's because of what happened in the Mad City or because of the experience that she gained there is up for debate. But she definitely, in her songwriting, has started making a lot of allusions to the Mad City without spelling anything out. A lot more things that most people would think were metaphors or something along those lines. And just writing songs about dead people wanting nothing but still existing, and the death being a school marm, like stuff like that. And just like has legit just been traveling around and playing, talking to whoever wants to talk about her songs, because she is legit just trying to build a bigger base of people who know of the Mad City. She's trying to learn as much as she can about it until the time when she can return.
So, a couple of things. First off, when you are on Earth, when you are no longer in the Mad City, there is kind of an issue of sleep. It can sometimes be thought of as even harder to remain awake with a capital A. It can be done. I think the question is, have you slept at all in the last few months?
Against her will, I think she has dozed off a couple times and slept for a while and then woken up and just been like, shit, fuck, and like immediately staying awake. So you've stayed awake for much longer stretches than Tyler did, and so you've retained you more consistently retained a lot of your memories, and so things were still, and we still, I believe you still have that one permanent die of madness going on. I do.
Yeah, so you still got that happening, but you managed at least to get enough rest that everything else cleared out, so you don't no longer have permanent exhaustion. You no longer have any responses checked. But there's always this bit of an edge. Actually, having that permanent die of madness also kind of contributes to that. It's like you're just a little bit closer to whatever sort of nightmare you might be attached to in some way or another. But it is interesting. You found out a couple of things. Nothing huge or hugely concrete, but there are, but especially, I think you'd actually be, you would have an understanding that, people in the homeless population visit the Mad City much more often than, probably, than most other folks, to be perfectly honest. Because they have less of an opportunity to get uninterrupted sleep. They have more of an opportunity. Yeah, that's right. Less of an opportunity to get uninterrupted sleep. You're able to find out a few things where doors will happen, and some people even apparently that there are, but they move. That's the problem. That's part of the problem. They don't always show up in the same place. And any places they do consistently show up tend to be guarded pretty well, because that's a that's a commodity. Apparently there are people who actually have businesses involved. Their business involves doing stuff back and forth with awakened folk. And you heard rumors about this group. Of people who apparently have been around for a while. They try to, and apparently they go looking for nightmares. But they are based.
Whatever for?
It's a great question. And I need to very briefly now turn off my freaking. No, Google, that's not what I was asking about. My Google decided I was asking about The Nightmare Before Christmas. I was not, in fact. Android. Here, I'm going to turn this phone off. That will make it better. Okay. Now that that's done. Sits there and my phone begins telling me the plot of Nightmare Before Christmas. But the thing is that this group is based in Chicago, and that's pretty much the main room. That's most of what you hear about it. That's the thing is that the trouble with forming cohesive networks among the awake is that they don't always remember everything all the time.
Yeah. The awake aren't always awake.
Exactly.
That's an issue. Yeah.
There's apparently this thing where you some try to maintain a balance where they want to remember as much as they can, but they have to sleep. So sometimes they'll doze off for a bit, or they'll take sleeping pills, and then they'll wake up, they'll take the other pills that keep them awake. And so they'll write themselves notes just kind of beforehand. You become a little bit familiar, I think, with these sorts of processes. But you're fairly successful.
I think so.
You're fairly successful, actually. And you start being able to book venues. Because if there was one thing you still had, it was your guitar. As I recall, right? You still had your guitar, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you had to have. You played it at the Raven Club. So,
yeah, I got a special string on that guitar.
Yes, absolutely. I do want to ask a couple of questions if they lead to any new information. If not, then that's fine.
Okay.
Has anything in particular been keeping you awake lately?
Well, honestly, just like recently, she's been getting more information about the Mad City. She's like, one thing that she was looking for in particular is like where everything on the boardwalk went, and if any of the people who she ran into who were awake knew about that, because that's drilling a hole in her head, so to speak. And like, honestly, just running into more people, knowing that it wasn't a hallucination just based off of random people she runs into, knowing about it, people knowing what her songs are actually about sometimes, though it is rare. And just like that overwhelming drive to find a way back to that, just like wanting to be back in the Mad City because it makes more sense than the real world.
Certainly. Absolutely. And you'll be able to book a gig in Chicago, and we'll talk about the specifics of that in a moment. I don't know if it's tied into this or not, but has anything happened recently in particular that has made things get just a little weirder?
I want to say that there was like this weird businessman that kind of booked this gig for me. He found me playing in another smaller city, like, I don't know, let's say I can't think of like a smaller mid-sized city off the top of my head.
That's okay. City to be named later.
Yeah, to be named later. Like, they found me and actually invited me to come and play this gig out in Chicago. And something about that interaction just felt weird and a little, I don't know, it seemed like there was a little bit too much on the stakes for this guy, but like, I just agreed to it because the price was right, honestly, even though like it was a little strange. And honestly, it just seems like something was up with that guy, and that's been something I'm a little freaked out about, just because I don't understand exactly what's going on there. It just feels weird, and I can't get over that feeling more than any of the facts that I have.
Cool. All right. So this gig is at a bar that is not too far from the Loop. One day I'll look at a map and I'll remember exactly where the Loop is. But remember, this is legally distinct from Chicago. But we already got one or two details about the bar from Tyler. Tell us another detail or two about the bar. What's something you might notice about it?
Let's see. The stage area is actually a lot nicer than most bars that put on shows. Like, it actually seems to be like a full stage rather than like the half stage or quarter stage that most bars have.
Okay.
And it's honestly got like really nice equipment in there already that the bands that are playing can just hook up to, which is also a little bit strange. Like, normally they make you bring all your own shit, but this one apparently has some like open jam nights or something, and I don't really know what's up with that, but that's pretty cool. Another detail, let's say, there's a dress code.
Okay.
Yeah, people have to wear hats.
Okay.
I don't know.
I feel yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. What were you going to say?
I was thinking there might be special nights on which everyone must wear hats. But that maybe if you're going in there for like, midday or whatever, that it's not so. But there's like hat night, I think is the.
Honestly, I'm thinking that there's special nights when everyone is wearing a suit, but like that's less of a theme and more of like that type of person just piles in on that night.
Yeah. Certain nights attract the suits, basically.
Probably Thursdays.
Yeah. It's usually Thursday is usually the problem. Fair. Okay, so you're going to be when the action begins. You are going to be in this place performing. But first, we must have one more introduction here, as we determine some things about this bar and about the people in it. But so we are going to need to have a little chat with Dara. As soon as I learn how to use my computer, there we go. and we will see what's up. So, welcome to Don't Rest Your Head. So, a couple of things. First of all, could you tell us a little bit about Dara?
Yeah. So Dara is in her mid-20s. She's a street savvy kind of gal. She's come from a family of a lot of secrets, a lot of hushed things behind closed doors. But basically, her mother has always been terrified of something happening to their family, and that it particularly strikes at night. And so they've all been very, very cautious about things happening at night. Everyone's really careful to be sure to be home late at night. Everyone had been very sure to stay awake, be on alert at night. But, a series of various tragedies eventually sort of struck. Her father died young. Her brother disappeared as well. And for a while, it was just Dara and her mother until her mother went out during the day and then never returned. Dara was never really told who or what the threat was, but just always to be aware of your surroundings, always, looking out for something, anything that seems like it's out of the norm.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dara has grown to be very suspicious, not very trusting, and to be a little untrustworthy herself.
Okay. All right. So, first off, what's been keeping you awake?
Well, beyond that paranoia that's been sort of part of her for so long, more recently, she's been in some small, nondescript Midwest town where, she's been working as a waitress at a diner. Her schedule is as regular as she'll allow, so she'll switch shifts unexpectedly to be up at different times, but she tries not to go out in the dark alone. But she's noticed a face around town, but in a way that just makes her less comfortable. This person isn't one of the regular people. Their schedule seems to shift almost as much as hers does. And so she's just seen them at times and in places that it doesn't feel like it's right. And then she found them lurking outside of her room at the long-stay motel where she was staying. And it made her more nervous. And she felt like this is probably one of those people, one of those things, those unclear threats that her mother always quietly warned her about.
Yeah. This is, somebody in, it's a little odd in that they look fairly nondescript, this person. But they don't seem to, they don't commune much. You see them wearing, when you see them, they're always wearing the exact same kind of, they do not blend in. They do not blend in well. They're always wearing the same kind of suit with a long coat. And it's basically just basic sort of shirt, tie, and then a long overcoat. No matter what the temperature is, we're getting into spring at this point. We're getting into like early spring, late winter, early spring. So you can get away with wearing coats in certain places. But yeah, you keep seeing the same guy. More recent, but something also may have just happened to kick the weirdness up just a notch. Anything in particular? Or is it just that this guy keeps showing up everywhere?
So it was really him coming to the motel that really just sort of set her off. He'd already been around town at places where she was, But it was him eventually coming to where she'd been staying that really sent her into sort of overdrive. And she said, I've been here long enough. She waited until he finally left, and she grabbed her things from her room and went out to her little dilapidated car, and took off into the night, basically. She decided it was time to leave. She'd been there too long.
You have been awake for some time now, and it's already reached the point that you're kind of seeing things. Possibly even reached the point that you've realized that you seem to be able to do weird stuff. Not sure if it's a hallucination or not. But you are aware to a certain extent of your talents. But you apparently now did you get a gig working at this bar? Then is that where we're finding you?
Yes. One of her many talents is bartending.
All right. So we've learned a couple of things about this bar. We know that it's a performance venue. We know that it has more upscale nights, and sometimes the people will come and they'll order cocktails. Thursdays in particular is suit and cocktail night. Some nights are hat night. There are like 1 or 2 nights a week wearing hats is mandatory. What else can you tell us about this bar?
The staff don't love hat night. Some of them have very large heads and don't look great in hats.
Is there like a theme or anything? Is it or is it just more like an ordinary bar that someone just decided to do a hat night?
No. This bar is weird. Okay, it's like modern, sleek. It's ridiculous. It's called the Top Hat.
Okay.
That's why there's a dumb hat night.
No, perfect.
It's a hipster bar.
Is it? Oh my. Okay. I just have to know, is the building shaped like a top hat? Or is that mercifully not so much the case and they have signs or something?
There's just signs. This bar is probably at the bottom of some like skyscraper.
Gotcha.
But like they called it the Top Hat because the building is fancy and they wanted to attract that fancy clientele.
Right.
Can I have one suggestion to add, maybe?
Certainly.
The building does not have a name anywhere on it. There's just like a sign that has a top hat on it, and that's it.
The logo is a top hat, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's how you know. If you don't know, you don't know.
No, you don't. You absolutely don't. I will say that there are there are a lot of billboards not too far from this bar. Electronic billboards and stuff. So I mean, it's a bar that is trying very hard to be swanky, but also still be a well-kept secret, even though they want people to know about it. Is it about size? Are we talking like about the size of the bar? Are we? Let me see. I've got some notes here I wanted to ask about. Is it like a Is it like hole in the wall, or is it a little bit so long, or is it a bit bigger, more open space? And is there more than one level or just one level? It's more sort of the things I kind of want to know here.
So I think that sort of at the front end, there's more like the actual bars themselves, and so it's like a long venue. At the back, there's a stage, and there's probably 2 levels. And the top level kind of wraps around in a U shape.
Yeah.
So that you can see the stage from up top.
Yeah.
But then there's like stairs going up along the sides. The middle is empty, and so there's lots of tables and things closer to the stage for when there isn't a show, but then we can move the tables when there's a show so people have standing room. Unless it's a fancy upscale kind of show, I don't know what's fancy and upscale, so pretend, I guess. If there's something fancy that people want to sit and watch a show, I don't know. But usually there are tables and people just kind of meander around and whatnot. But at the bar, there's like the 2 bars along the sides closer to the front of the venue. And that's typically where most people tend to be, unless they've already purchased their drink, or it's the night where all the suits show up and they get their drinks and then go to the tables and then snap their fingers for the staff to come to them, because that's the way they are.
Okay. So we're going to find ourselves in this place, in the Top Hat. And what kinds of I kind of want to, and this is for everybody, what kinds of acts does this place draw typically? What do we think?
I think that they have different themes for different nights, because that's totally the kind of bar this is. So they have like jazz nights, they have classical nights, they have punk nights, they have metal nights, they even have a country night.
No, they don't.
Okay, they don't. You're right. They definitely
which country?
do not.
They have this weird experimental music night, and it's just like some nights it's cats meowing, offbeat.
Oh my god.
And everyone pretends they really like it, but really everyone's like, whoa.
How many cats did they use? How many cats did they record meowing to make that song?
That's the secret.
We do not know yet the true secrets of the cat sampler. But
I'm kind of thinking about the Raven right now with that performance where they had somebody crying on the scene. I don't think that like, this bar would go that far though, but it could get close.
might be somewhat reminiscent. There might be certain things that, like, when Katrina arrives, we'll be like, oh, there's more artistic stuff happening here, or they're trying to.
Find it?
I would like to know, as we are kicking this off, I need to know roughly. We know Dara's already there. I need to know roughly what time we think Tyler shows up and roughly what time Katrina shows up. Does Tyler show up while Katrina is performing, or is there a or is it not up to that point yet?
Tyler would go just after work, and that could be anything between like 6 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Okay, so yeah. I think that they'd probably have you start before like 10, wouldn't they? I'm old. I can't remember how late people start.
It really depends how many people are performing tonight. Let's say 3. I'm the headliner. Show starts at 7. We get an hour each. So 9?
Okay.
9 work?
9's good. 9's fine. When we
I show up like a half hour before I have to play because I want to keep my energy and not get overtaken by the energy of the room for when I'm playing my music.
Sure, absolutely. What's the theme tonight, I wonder? Or is there one?
Hats?
What?
Is it hat night?
Don't know. Is it hat night?
Could be hat night.
It has to be hat night. It's hat night.
It's hat night. Yeah, it's hat night. Why not? Don't worry. For the people who show up without hats, they have rentals behind the bar.
This is true.
For all the hats that other people left behind.
Yep.
The kinds of, yeah. Well, apparently it's hat night, so this is the closest hat, so I kind of have to try and do this. We'll see if this works. Unfortunately, I can't do it quite as well with the with my audio limitations this evening, but I shall do my best.
Fair.
Okay. Okay then.
It is hat night. Yes, good. Yes, join us.
I'm
join
already
us
wearing one.
Join us in the
I have
collective hat.
Do you recall the giant head person not looking good in hats? It might be me.
It could be. You don't have to wear it. Okay, you do not have to wear a hat if you do not wish
I have a
to.
beard.
Okay, excellent. There we go. So we have achieved hat night. And so so I think that Tyler is going to probably arrive, I think, then if you arrive anywhere between like 6 and 10. I think it just kind of depends. I'm just going to ask this question directly, and I'm going to ask it of Katrina. Do you want an opportunity to play this evening?
Now, are you talking like real playing, or just my character want to be?
I am asking Krimsin. Would you like Katrina to be able to play this evening?
No, I don't care. Why not?
Okay. So I think Tyler will arrive as Katrina is starting. I think probably. So remind me, is Katrina acoustic? Going acoustic still these days, or is she electric?
Acoustic electric.
You have
little of both. Honestly, probably works in some loop pedal shit, has an electric and an acoustic.
Cool.
That way she can lay down rhythms and then shred on top of them.
Good. Now I think we already also did establish that people will sort of come in and back folks up if need be. Do you have? Are you playing on your own, or do you have backup?
I think there's definitely like a drummer and a bass player.
All right. What kind of music do we hear as Tyler arrives at this bar?
Something a bit, not heavy, but definitely like a faster, like alt rock style music, because that's just what she knows she'll be able to get booked as more easily. Alt rock is kind of like what everyone listens to for some reason. So she writes some music like that, and essentially just like maybe a little bit experimental, maybe like some Rage Against the Machine type shit thrown in there, some Tom Morello style guitar at points, and yeah, just like rocking weird but good music with a message.
Good. Let me see. Yeah, there's way too much in the. Okay, I can't possibly hunt for music fast enough to make it make sense, but we will pretend. But it is yeah. So you're hearing this. I do want to say, prior to this starting, if you showed up about half an hour beforehand, you probably had an opportunity to meet the staff here, and have a drink, what have you. So you have probably interacted with Dara a little bit at this point.
Always nice to the staff. For every place I play, I always treat them like they're real people, because that's fucked up when people don't. And I have friendly conversations.
How is Dara doing this evening?
Dara is doing fairly well. The later it gets, the less friendly she's getting, as the hat is wearing thin, as is her patience with the suits.
The hat rides heavy upon the head.
It sure does.
So, I think that at the point that Tyler arrives in this place, Katrina is still playing. You're going to hear this music. I don't know. I can't remember if you've heard Katrina play. If you heard Katrina play at all during that time that you were there. I know that you didn't get to hear. I don't think you did. Katrina didn't play until Club Raven, did she?
Never had the chance, no.
So you don't recognize the playing, but when you enter the cafe, when you enter the bar, when you enter the Top Hat, you recognize the performer. Now, also you recognize the other people around. How long has Dara worked here, by the way? Dara.
Dara's been here probably just a couple of weeks, well, maybe like a month-ish.
Okay. So you and Tyler have met at this point already. So he's basically, because he's a regular. So you'll see him come in, and you will see from your position behind the bar, you will see as he sees Katrina playing upon the stage. I think as you're playing Katrina, there are lights, and there are a lot of people, so it's... Don't know if you're going to recognize Tyler immediately.
Oh, I probably wouldn't. I don't look at individual people when I'm playing. I kind of just focus inwardly to get the big airs out.
Good. So, Tyler, you walk in, you see Katrina, what you doing?
Wow. Okay, Surgeon, what did you say?
Tyler, you walk in, you see Katrina up on the stage.
The Katrina, so wow. That's that girl from the dream, definitely. That's her. And at this point, I kind of realize that probably wasn't a dream at all.
Penny drops.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I just hold my head so it doesn't. Wow. Okay, that's something I need to process. I'm getting to the bar to get a drink. Probably see Dara.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dara. You see Tyler is coming up a little bit shaken.
Hey, how are you doing?
Dara's shaking a drink. I'm making it. How are you?
I'm fine. Looking again at Katrina. Just kind of seeing a ghost of a sort. Hey, could you mix me like an old-fashioned?
You want, top shelf, mid-tier?
Well, top shelf as usual. We are in a top hat, right? So.
Dara just stops and stares at you for a second, and just turns around and continues making the drink.
Tyler, do you make that joke every time you come in here?
Oh, come on. Okay, I'll get to something new the next time, I promise.
It's just coming over and making the drink. What ghost have you seen?
Oh well, actually, that's the one playing on the scene right now. Do you know this girl?
Just met her tonight. She's been pretty nice. The music's decent.
Okay. What's the band? What's her name?
Katrina?
Katrina. Huh. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Say
definitely
the
her.
band name is Aesthetic Praxis.
Yeah, she did not say that.
Uh,
But good to
okay.
know.
Right. Right. Listen, you remember I told you like that sometimes I have this like really vivid, usually weird dreams.
I think you've mentioned it before.
Okay. So I think I saw her in one of these dreams. Hey, that's crazy.
And Doris is kind of like, that's a line. But doesn't say that out loud. But in her head, she's kind of thinking it. Oh, so you saw her in your dreams? Hmm?
Yeah, okay, don't make that face. I actually saw her in a dream. Okay, can I have another one?
We're going for it tonight, huh? Turns around and starts making you another.
Tyler, your phone rings.
Yeah, who's that?
It seems to be coming from the ID, the phone ID, is coming from the office.
Office now. Just think of it. I ignore it. If it's important, they will call me the second time.
All right.
Dara slides over the next drink.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, smells great, by the way.
Your phone rings again.
Taste. Okay, fine. Same number?
Yes.
Hi. Tyler's on the line. Who is that?
Mr. Banker. I
Yeah?
think perhaps I think perhaps you've not been getting a lot of sleep lately, have you?
Oh, yeah, well, you know how it is. A lot of coffee, not a lot of free time, and yeah. Anyway, sorry, who are you?
I'm wounded, sir. You don't recognize my voice.
Oh. Oh, I apologize. It's been a long day and evening.
But it's been a little while, and perhaps you're still a bit discombobulated. The name is Triplethwaite.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Triplethwaite. How are you doing this evening?
I had suspected I'd been told you'd been hearing things a bit lately, and I just wanted to confirm something for you.
Yes?
You've got quite a good job now, haven't you? Quite an important one.
I can't complain. No. You could say so.
Well, let's just say that I've been following your progress with great interest. And there's something that we would like you to do for us.
Okay, you and
Mr. Keating.
TK Industries?
Yes.
Mr. Keating.
Yes.
Okay.
As
What can I do for you?
let us say there's something rather important that we need to deal with. Now, there's an individual that you've been interacting with lately, and we've come to realize that she's going to be very important to us.
Mm-hmm.
As, or rather, let's just say it's a piece we'd rather not have on the board right now.
Okay.
And much better that she meet us, I think, than who she might eventually meet.
Okay. I'm listening.
So it's quite simple. We'd like you to get hold of this individual and bring her to the top floor.
All right. Who is the lucky one?
Her name is Dara Murphy.
Oh, that's an unlucky name.
Now,
Yeah.
we've got some lads nearby to assist if necessary. We'll give it half an hour.
Okay.
Be sure to
Okay,
bring her
wait.
outside, and we can help with the
Are you
rest.
talking about? Are you talking about like the? Whispering like a bartender? What that? What?
Yes, she's currently a bartender, although quite soon she might be much more. And that's something that we need to look into.
Okay. What? All right. Could you just? Okay. I'm just real curious. Okay, that's all. What's
Banker.
going on? What's the deal with the top floor?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you do this, perhaps you'll be ready to see. Half an hour. Please bring her out to us. Bring her up to us. If you do not bring her out, then in half an hour we shall come in. And I'd rather we not have to do that. But I think we can rely on you, as you've done so well for us in the past. Helped us get a bit of a foothold that we didn't have before. We appreciate that.
Sure. I appreciate your trust in me, Mr. Triplet. Wait.
We'll see you in half an hour then. Click. So, a couple of things happen. Tyler, you're hanging up and you're just sort of looking out. You've sort of turned around, you're looking across the room. You see Allie. She is in a cocktail dress this evening. Looking sort of upscale. She's wearing a little hat. It's perched at a jaunty angle. And she's just sort of looking a little bit wide-eyed as she comes in. She sees you across the room. There are people in between you and her. And she's like sort of hissing, or just like gesturing you to come over.
I'm looking at Dara like, could you mix other two? And I'm taken
Now,
away from the seat.
Katrina, you're getting closer to the end of your set. You're not at the end of your set exactly just yet. You've still got like a song or two left.
Mm-hmm.
Getting closer to 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd parts, and you see, ordering a couple of drinks and then turning around, looking a little bit, perhaps, under pressure, Tyler.
All right. I think just like immediately, as we're in the middle of playing a song, but it's like in an interlude right now, so there's no lyrics over this part, I just say into the microphone as I'm playing, "Holy shit, you're alive!"
And I think that is the perfect place for us to take a quick break. I've got an interview queued up. We'll show that, and we'll be back in a little bit. See you shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the break. I am here with Kimmy from Golden Lasso Games. Hello.
Hi, it's good to be here.
Yay! Awesome to have you. And you are, as of this recording, you are working on a game called Starscape.
Yes.
And this game seems very interesting. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. It's a powered by apocalypse hack. And it's space, as you probably guessed from the name. There are a bunch of different sci-fi space PBTA hacks, but this one is different because it's more about the trust that, like the ebb and flow of trust and the relationships between the crewmates. So if you like Monster Hearts or something like that, or if you like Masks, where it's not so much necessarily about like the damage you take, because there's actually no hit points in this game either. It's more about the emotional conditions and how you connect with the people around you. It's very much like a found family game. So if you like Farscape, if you like Firefly, even some of the Star Treks, like it does all those things like super, super well. And so that's really what I wanted to focus on. And like, there's so many times where you play a sci-fi or space campaign and you're like, okay, and then you travel for 2 weeks and you just skip all that part until you get to the next battle or until the next like mission. And I was like, no, what do you do? Like, okay, well, I'm mad at that person now. And then, oh, it's movie night on the Enterprise, but I don't want to sit by that person. Okay, it's better than that, but it's not that so silly. But like a lot of the interesting parts of Farscape and things like that aren't what's happening around them, but how they're reacting and working together with each other and their feelings for each other as a crew. So that's really what that taps into.
And I mean, that's, I think the best spacefaring sci-fi where you have that sort of crew set up, where the cast members are crew of a ship. I think some of the best conflicts and some of the best story comes out of that. I remember even just going to, I was at a con, seeing Peter David talking about Star Trek, and something that he talked about just with just the specifics of the dynamics between the characters making the thing into what it was. Yeah. It was the thing he said, even just of like the original series, you put Kirk and Spock and McCoy in a room together, you have an episode of Star Trek. That's basically, it all just sort of funnels from there. Yeah. And so it's really cool seeing a game sort of that tries to actually tap into that and make use of it. So that's very cool.
Yeah, I was over the pandemic, for a big chunk of it, I was pregnant. So, and I had a newborn. So I ended up sitting and watching TV a lot because if you've had a newborn, that's what you do. You sit, especially if you're nursing, and you just sit for hours and watch TV. So I started, and I watched all the Star Treks back to back. So, sorry, speaking of newborns, so I started feeling, oh, I want to play a game in this. And so I started looking at the different Star Trek systems that were out there, the official ones and like the not official ones. And the thing I found for most of them was that they really focused on like rank and hierarchy and things like that, which that is not what Star Trek is about. It is what the Federation is about. But if you really sit and watch a Star Trek episode, or many of them back to back, like I did for literally like 4 or 5 hours every day, like you start noticing like the rank system doesn't matter that much. Like when somebody wants to say, when they want drama, like they just listen, most of the time they just talk to each other. They use the ranks. Oh, captain, I think blah, 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 blah. And they say normal things to each other. So, Janeway talks with, everyone on her crew, like she's a friend, and they're a little bit of a special situation, but even Picard, like will go and just have conversations with, Beverly Crusher and things like that. It's only when like they're mad at each other and then they pull rank on each other and it's supposed to be seen as like, oh, he pulled rank on like that. Oh, she has to do that now. Then it's like a drama moment because it like affects their relationship.
Yes.
So it's really interesting. So many of these systems focus on that rank structure and how people navigate that, when it's really just a tool that the writers used once in a while to create more drama. So I wanted a system that would replicate that piece, where it was about the relationships between the characters rather than, let's be a nice army going out and like fighting battles.
Absolutely. Something that also just, I think even comes through in a lot of media like that, is that the rank system, while it helps those systems function, also is the source of a lot of problems. So it really does need to be about the connection between the people. So you've got some very interesting, sort of an interesting setup here. I was looking over the playbooks. I think it's very cool that you have them set up to sort of choose a sort of a background sort of set of things you're good at.
Mm-hmm.
That was really cool. Talk a little bit about the trust mechanic. How does that go?
So instead of gaining or losing hit points or something like that, you gain or lose trust. So there's like a little bar, and you go farther to one side if you're getting trust, and down if you get less trust. So basically, it's not like hit points where you're full and then you lose them. It's like a constantly moving place on like a number line. So you like have your point and you're moving up and down. And as you move up and down, you conditions, kind of similar to masks. So you've got, your curious, hopeful, enthusiastic, confidence, the good stuff on one side, and then the detrimental conditions are on the other side, like being afraid, selfish, angry, insecure, all those things. So everything when you're in a little tiny tin can in space is based on how much you trust each other. So any little thing could like really affect that. So as you do things with your crew, as you take actions, you gain and you lose that trust. And when you get down to 0 trust, or as you get lower, you roll with disadvantages as you lose trust. But some playbooks also do really well. They're built to do well with little trust. Like if you're like the outsider or the civilian has a couple playbooks. So the civilian is can be built a couple different ways. That's what I put the backstory section or the backgrounds in there. So you can build a civilian who is like Rigel from Farscape, who is not very trustworthy. He's like he's royalty, or Quark from Deep Space Nine is another really great example of that. He's a businessman. He's definitely not in the rank structure. He's there for another reason. He's there to make money, and he's really great at talking to people. But there's also like Inara from Firefly is also kind of that civilian type character. She is definitely trustworthy because she has a very different background than Rigel or Quark does. So you can have the same archetype. And if you look at all these shows together, they all have these same archetypes.
Yeah.
Like 100%, like watching them back to back in the pandemic, I was like, oh, it's very clear what playbooks I need. So you've got like the civilian, who's like what I was saying a moment ago. You've got the gifted, who has like some sort of special abilities. So like that's like Lita on Babylon 5, or like River from Firefly, and they're always just a little bit different. And then we all know like Deanna Troi and stuff in Star Trek, and they're just like a little different, and it just makes it a little different. We've got like the Greenhorn, who's like new on the ship and added the fish out of water type character. And that can be like John from Farscape, John Crichton. When he first arrives on the ship, is definitely like, he's like, there's aliens, what? And all these things, and like Ensign Kim and all these, and Simon on Firefly. But I'm a doctor, I don't know about spacey things. The hot shot, like obviously, like everyone's got that. There's definitely like the Kirk, the Riker, all those things. One of my favorite playbooks is, and it's always one of the most popular, like every single playtest I've done, is The Unfamiliar, which is kind of like the Data or Odo, like Kosh in Babylon 5. Like it's like the person who's not human, who's trying to learn to be human. So, 7 of 9 is a good example of that often too.
Yeah.
So that's a great playbook too. So there's a bunch of them. I don't have to go through all of them, but when you watch all these types of shows all together, you start very clearly seeing the archetypes of these stories. And even though there's slightly different flavors on them, which is the purpose of that, the backgrounds choices, like that really flavors it differently. Also, one of the neat things about the system is I added in skills, which are not usually part of Powered by the Apocalypse. So as you choose a background, you have a list of things you get to choose a couple skills off of, and those will give you +1 to any roll if you're able to use one of your things that you're trained in doing. And I thought that was really important, because you're in space. Like a lot of times it's not so much a stat system. There are stats like any PBTA game, but a lot of times in space it's about what you know how to do and what you're able to do. So that's why there's that +1 modifier for things that you're trained in.
Yeah, and it's something else actually that I just want to call out about these playbooks. As I was looking at them, that I noticed is it seems that each one of these has a move that you can use once per campaign. And you don't see that too often. But that was very cool.
Yeah, like the stellar move. And that's like the epic thing where basically it's not even like a move. You basically take narrative control for a moment. And it's just like totally out there, totally different. But it also is gains or loses you trust. So like the Unfamiliar's move is, I think it's called Not Like Them. And it's basically, it's like after you're this character like Data who's been trying to become human, you adopted a cat, you did all these things. And it's like in that moment to save everyone on the crew or whatever you're going to be doing, you give up. Like you're like, nope. And you go super weird. Like all the little, machine parts come out of you and plug into the computer, and like everyone sees, like your face peels back, and like whatever it is, it has to be very dramatic. You get to just narrate it. You automatically succeed. There's not a chance, but it has to be pretty extreme. And each move specifies that. And then after you do it, everyone around is like, says they trust you more, they trust you less. So it affects your trust score moving forward. Because it's like, maybe like, I trust him more. He totally saved all our butts. And someone else is like, what even is that? Like, I can't handle that. Like the skin just peeled back. No, I trust him less. So it has like long-term ramifications in the campaign too.
And I think the other thing that I just want to call out here, because and I mean this is all brilliant. I love that how you're setting that up, because these things do need to have tangible costs, and in a setup like this, it's if it affects the role play going forward, that's exactly the kind of thing that you want. But the one thing the thing I also wanted to just call out, that the little thing I just wanted to call out that was that I thought was kind of cool, is that you can actually improve your chances to do something if you use technobabble.
Yes, I am so proud of a technobabble thing. Oh my gosh. So there's a chart on there, and once per scene, if you use technobabble, you get to roll with advantage. So for Powered by the Apocalypse, usually you roll 2d6. So advantage, basically you roll 3d6 and you get to keep the highest 2. So it gives you a much higher chance of success. But you have to like actually use it in game. You can't be like, I use technobabble now. You have to be like, no, the flux capacitor at the aft of the ship, if we tweak it horizontally and plug in this is why there's a chart, because I'm terrible at this, but there's actually a chart you can reference on the basic move sheet that like you pick one from each column and it sounds amazing. And it like really like I worked hard on that chart because I'm terrible at just
it's a good chart.
Yeah.
It's a good chart. I have it here.
Okay, do it.
So it's like if I realign the dorsal array, it might cause a subspace distortion.
There you go.
So it's
even got little prompts at the top, so you say the little prompt and pick one of like it's like I used all my like teacher like scaffolding skills to like make a very good chart because I'm so bad at it, just like off the cuff improving. So it really helps give that feel and that vibe of like, no, we're in an episode of Star Trek or whatever, Firefly or Farscape. And then it's really fun. One of the playbooks is the Explorer, and they're like the scientist who's in it to learn about things. One of their moves is they're allowed to use it twice. If they choose this one of their playbook moves, they can use Technobabble twice a scene, but only if they're a jerk about it. Like they actually don't say the Technobabble, they start to, and they're like, okay, but never mind, you wouldn't understand, just let me do it. So they have to do that, and they burn one trust because they're a jerk to one of their crewmates, but then they get to use it again, so they have a higher chance.
Oh, that's so good.
So it just adds in that like McCoy vibe, or that out of my way, I can do it. I'm a doctor. Like, that cranky know-it-all.
I ever want to play in sci-fi games like that.
Exactly.
Maybe that's not entirely true, but it feels true. Awesome. Well, if folks want to find this, I know that as of this recording, it's still being worked on, but I'm sure in the fullness of time, it'll be out because it needs to be out. Where should folks go if they want to look for more information about this?
They can go to goldenlassogames.com. You can get the beta right now. It's pay what you will or free download. I just please ask, like, if you play it or look at it, please send in feedback. There's a little link to like a forum. You can just fill out the forum. It's also in my itch.io store, but the link's through goldenlassogames.com too, so you can find the link there.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. We are going to head off now. I'm going to throw things back to myself, my future self, who is
doing awesome things.
Yes, who is hopefully doing awesome things.
Totally.
Hopefully not plotting against me even as we speak, but we'll find out. Have to watch that fella. All right.
Suspicious.
Yeah. But, thanks so much for joining us.
Yep.
Take care, folks. We will see you all of a sudden. we have returned, and we shall now see what happens as so Katrina has just noticed Tyler, and you can basically hear a pin drop after Katrina calls out, "Holy shit, you're alive!" And people in the crowd are just sort of looking back and forth from Katrina over to where Tyler is, and back. And what are we doing?
Hey. I'm like, hey, waving to Katrina, and I'm going through the crowd toward Ellie, because that's crucial right now. I think while I'm trying to get through the crowd, it's quite crowded right now, right? A lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay, I think like at some point, just like somebody like kind of like touches the head and it just kind of like falls somewhere, and then I'm like, oh, okay, fine, I don't care about this head anymore. So yeah, I'm trying to get to Ellie.
Okay.
And I am literally just gonna say, we need to talk after I finish. And just keep playing.
Given two thumbs up.
All right. So, Dara, you have noticed this happening. And you see that Tyler crosses the bar. And again, as you described, sort of one of those long, narrow bars. So it doesn't take too long for you to get across the room. Tyler is talking to Allie, one of the other folks who has recently become a regular here. And Allie works in the, I think, in the HR department. And hasn't been with the company very long, from what you understand. Is there anything else before we begin this bit? Is there anything else, Shade, that you would like to tell us about Allie?
Ellie, let's say she's a blonde. She wears like a smart as like most people in the company. So like a suit, sort of. Right now, it's probably without a jacket, and she's just she's like a very nice to talk to. That part of what makes her a very good HR person. She's good with people.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I need to revise that because I just remembering the relationships between things. I think actually, I apologize. She just, I had HR on the brain, but I think she actually is in quality assurance.
Okay, quality assurance. In this case, she got some she's probably still nice, but she got like some steel. Whenever she's not happy about that, she can, let it know that she's not happy.
You've known her long enough to get the sense that she feels as though what she does is beneath her. But she does it. But she seems dedicated to doing it for whatever reason. And having seen her at the party, knowing the people that she knows and the circles she apparently goes in, you kind of had started to wonder, what is she doing working a quality assurance job? So, you get over to her, and she looks around. She's like, "Hey, oh, is that for me?" She sees you holding the second glass.
Yeah, sure.
Great, thanks. And she downs it immediately in one go. Sets it down.
That was quick.
Okay. We need to finish this conversation while the band is still playing.
Yeah.
Look like you're having a good time. So, did you notice the gang workers outside, or did you get here before them?
The gang workers.
The press gang workers.
Here,
Did you notice the press gang workers outside? They have no faces. You can't miss them.
I don't remember seeing them.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Tyler, darling, there's some things I'm going to need to clue you in on here if you haven't remembered. Have you remembered, by the way? Have you remembered everything about your little trip by now? You know it happened, right? You know that it happened, right? Right
now, I think I do, yes.
Okay. That's good. That's very good, because we don't have a lot of time. If they're out there, I don't know what they're waiting for. But they're out there right now. I don't know if they followed me here. No, they couldn't have. They were here when I got here. She sometimes will have these sort of sudden reverse. She's tired. She does tend to look tired. That is something you've noticed from time to time. But she hides it well. Tyler.
Yeah.
So, have you encountered the press gang before? We were talking about that black hole. You know about that? You know about the emptiness?
Here you go. I heard about it, yes.
Okay. The emptiness is very bad. Alright, it feeds on despair. I am currently over at TK I've been over at TK trying to find out what the press gang is up to. I think they have a private door that they use. Go back and forth. And they have their own. And we're trying to find out exactly what their place in things are right now. It seems like they're getting ready to do something. It seems like they're preparing to make some kind of offensive against somebody. I don't know, but they are stockpiling a lot of despair. Something the last few months, just a few months ago, something got them riled up. And we think you might have some insight into that, maybe? Something got them very riled up a few months ago. And they're very much kind of on the defensive right now. There's it's like some kind of... I haven't been back for a bit, but my understanding is there's some kind of a waterfall pouring into the emptiness right now, and it's got them kind of upset. So
Okay.
Do you know anything about what I'm talking about?
Press gang. I'm trying to get any memories about the press gang. Are those
They're run by a man named Triplethwaite, and their chief collector is a man named Sphinx.
Okay, Ellie. First, tell me, what's your angle on this? Why are you even interested? And what the hell is the Hammer Club actually doing?
Well, the Hammer Club's been around for a while. Press gang has come to our attention as sort of a way in, possibly. They, and when I say way in, I mean we have a way in and out. We find ways in and out. It's fine. Of the Mad City. But the thing is that Press Gang is now getting ready to start playing bigger politics. They've been around, I think, about 150 years, something like that. And really, they've been playing this sort of distant game with the folks from 13. And honestly, if they're about to make some kind of a major move, then we need to see and make sure that, see if that exposes anything from 13. That's really kind of what we're aiming for right now.
Okay, you, why do you care at all? Are you from the Mad City?
Oh, no. I'm from Cicero. No, I've been there a few times.
Okay,
And,
so now you want to get, the club want to get to the 13, to the District 13. Is that the goal?
Well, we kind of want to stop whatever District 13 is doing ultimately. We'd like to destroy it if we can.
Why? Are they bad?
I don't have time to get into the history right now, Tyler. I'm sorry. Because
Okay, well.
there are workers outside and we need to get away from them. Hopefully? You understand?
Okay, why do you need me? Why is the club interested?
You can create black
Why do
holes
you?
with your mind, Tyler. Doesn't that seem interesting at all to you?
Well,
At this
depends what
point,
you wanna...
Katrina, you have finished your final song. What do you say to the audience at the end?
Yeah, at the end of the set, it's just like, all right, thanks everybody. Remember to tip your bartenders and wait staff. They do this for a living and they deserve to get fucking paid, so pay up. And then I just walk off stage.
The staff is all like this. The other members of Aesthetic Praxis are also like, yeah. And
Yeah.
a lot of the folks sort of who are there, the patrons, are like, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they all nod unconvincingly.
Mm-hmm.
And so Katrina, you are stepping off the you are moving off the stage.
And I don't leave my guitar anywhere, so I immediately put it in its case and then toss it on my back.
Mhm.
Just because I don't go anywhere without that guitar. It's my prized possession.
Excellent. Very, very distantly comes this. This very familiar sound.
And I just smile when I hear it, knowing that it's close. I breathe in and out a few times, just listening to it. And then I head straight to where Tyler is.
Dara, there is no clock tower nearby, yet you hear this.
Do I notice Dara hearing that?
Well, yeah, people are starting to kind of turn around. They're sort of starting to go for their last orders. So for a split second before she is inundated with groups of tuxedo-wearing bastards, you do notice she does look up at one of the strikes. And then people start ordering, and people are, doing their one final drink thing.
Interesting. So yeah, I'm just gonna walk up and just kind of stand there for a second because I don't want to interrupt whatever conversation is going on. And I immediately just come up and listen for a good time to jump in, but I am listening.
Yeah. So you come up and you see that you basically will see that Tyler is talking to this woman who is talking kind of animatedly with him. This blonde woman in a cocktail dress. And it's not too dissimilar from what she wore to the party. She's like, so. Do you know what they're doing up there? Have you got any insight into what they're doing up there? That's kind of, I think, that would be very helpful.
Up there.
I haven't been able to get up there.
Okay, so if you're really curious, there is a way to find out. I'm not sure you'll like it, but given the circumstances, as we need to go there and also get rid of all this, how did you say, press bank that surrounded this bar.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not going to be. I don't know why they're waiting. Do you know why they're waiting?
We can do both. But for that, there is a bartender just behind me. Her
Right.
name is Dara.
No, I know
And
Dara.
What we gotta... Yeah, you know Dara. Okay.
She's nice. I think she's kind of sort of on a bit of an Yeah, she has a bit of an edge to her, if you know what I mean. It's like just on the border,
I guess that would make sense. Anyway,
Yeah.
if we take you with us, we got a free passage to the top floor.
Are
And
you
also, you can
bargaining
pass by
with
that bank.
someone's life?
Oh, hi, Katrina. Have you been
Good
listening
evening.
to for long?
Just for a second, I was waiting for a good point to jump in, but then you started talking about taking someone to the top floor of some building, and that feels a little weird. What
What's weird
happened
about
to
taking
you?
people to top floors?
What happened to you anyway? Like,
Well,
you were with us and then you were gone and everything was chaos.
I'm just gonna grab another drink real quick. You evidently need to talk. And she's going to
okay.
slip around and start heading for the bar.
Okay. Listen. First of all, we don't have a lot of time. This bar is surrounded by somebody, and we just don't want to get them, don't want to make them wait too long, because they won't. Second, a lot of things happen. But the point now is, I gotta get out of here. And
How did you get
if
out
everything
of there?
if everything goes smoothly, no one will get hurt, I think. Back then, yeah, that I had, so this weird guy contacted me. His name was Triplet Wait or something. And he gave me a passage out of the Mad City.
For free?
And what? For free? I guess so. Well, he kind of wanted me here to work on this company, which I am, well, kind of doing.
I'm telling you, you were with us 1 second, and the next there was like a crazy ass black hole in the middle of a building, and then you were just gone. And honestly, I thought that something got you. I thought like maybe you got sucked into the black hole or something. So I'm honestly just surprised to see you alive.
Me too. I guess I just got lucky. And yeah, okay, I tried to warn you, but I couldn't. So when I spoke, I don't think that I could make any sound. So I tried to warn Casa. I tried to warn
Krimsin.
the Tenzin. I don't think she heard me, so I just left. And when I left, I woke up in a hotel. I had a sleep, and then I thought that it was all some crazy dream. I mean, it did sound like all crazy dream, right? It looked like it. But then I got insomnia again, and I started piecing back like the things together, and I recalled you. And when I saw you, I realized that it was true, right?
Yeah, everything
You-
there actually happened for sure. That is real. Yeah, it's a real place with real
I'm
people.
just, like pulling like a jacket a little bit just to make sure that it's kind of there. Like, okay, yes, that's
Yeah. There's a patch on the side of Katrina's jacket that
sorry.
when you pull at it, the underside, the background changes to static for just a second, like TV static,
Huh?
before it turns back.
Oh, that's just something I picked up along the way.
Okay. Anyway, glad that you're alive, I guess. But now I really got to get moving.
So, Dara? Ellie has made her way, surged to the front of the customers, and is sort of leaning forward. Hey, can I get something real quick? I need to.
Dara comes over. Sure, what can I help you with?
Ellie leans forward, and if you'll permit it, she'll sort of take you by the elbows a little bit. She leans forward and she says, "You are in great danger right now. You need to run. I do not know why, but there are people after you. I don't know precisely why. They are outside. I can bring you somewhere where you will be safe if you want. but we need to get out of this place right now.
Who are you? And she's kind of like a little shaken. She's trying not to panic. She's like looking around a little bit, but staring at her like, what do you mean? Who are you? What do you know?
I don't really have a lot of time to explain, but have you been seeing things you can't explain? Have you been seeing doors that lead to different places? Or just doors that shouldn't be there, windows that shouldn't be there, things that shouldn't be there? People that shouldn't be there?
Who are you?
It's okay. No, I've got the same problem. I've had it for quite a while. Listen, we need to get out of here because some of them are outside and I don't know exactly what the hell's going on. But apparently, they want you for something. And if they want you for something, I don't want them to have you. You understand?
Dara's just kind of freaked out. She's got her hands on the bar. She's sort of breathing heavily, like, how do you know any of this? And how do I know that you aren't the problem?
It's a great question, isn't it? That's a great question. Sometimes I have to ask myself that myself. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna say this once, right? We're not your problem. You don't want us to become your problem, okay? You really don't. We're being as kind as we can right now, but there's a lot more at stake than I can talk about right now. We don't have time. You understand? We don't have time. And she sort of glances over. People are starting to file out. There's some sort of windows near the front of the bar that she's looking at, and you can see her looking in that direction, and her eyes widen for a moment, and she says, "We really don't have time. Is there a back way out of this place? You might want to take the back way out, like right now."
And then Dara just kind of leans forward. She's wearing a dress. Does she have straps on the dress?
Yes, she does.
Dara leans over, grabs her shoulder, not so gently, and pulls her closer and says, "You may not be my problem, but I'll be yours if this goes the wrong way."
You really
Let's
don't want
go.
to tell me that right now.
She pushes her back and then says, "Come on this way," and then takes off towards the back.
So, Tyler.
Yeah.
You're mid-conversation with Katrina. I'm assuming Katrina's back is to the bar. Right now, when you're having this conversation, or sort of, actually, not back, but just sort of to the side. So you don't see this over to Katrina's shoulder, but it's just sort of off to the side. And so Katrina will see Tyler looking in this direction. Tyler, you will notice as the crowd is sort of parting a little bit once again. You see Dara and Allie starting to hightail it toward the back.
God damn it. I'm trying to cross, I'm trying to go where they're going. I want to cross away. Yeah, sorry, I really don't have time now.
I'm following. I'm immediately following because I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I look over and see them heading out the back, and even though I didn't hear anything about the people outside, I just think it's weird that someone else who could hear the chimes is now being ushered away.
Yep. So, yes. Ushered away. So, Dara, actually, I can get one more detail from you, if I may. How do you get out of this bar?
So, as you kind of walk back alongside the left side of the stage, there's like bathrooms and stuff. And then there's a little hallway that goes to the back, and then there's like some offices, some storage. But if you just keep going directly out the back, like to the back, there's a door that leads out. And so you just kind of hop out in the back into an alley.
Okay. So, Dara, you lead Allie out to the alley. Sadness. Tyler and Katrina, you are following at a little bit of a distance.
I'm trying to catch up.
You're trying to catch up?
Yes,
Okay.
me too.
I
Hey,
think
what's going on?
I think that Allie just sort of looks over her shoulder and sees Tyler, and it gives this sort of look of that's like this look that's like half fear, half frustration. And she's going to try to usher Dara away. She's going to try to usher Dara further away.
I don't blame.
So this is predominantly, I think, going to involve catching up with Allie.
I would say that Tyler just like, hey Ali, you're making a huge mistake. You're going to get us all killed. And I want to use my talent if it's possible.
Yes.
Take out
So-
get her off balance.
So you just have to ask quickly. So you're using your madness talent? Is that?
Oh, that's exhaustion talent.
Oh, your exhaustion talent. You want to try to convince her to slow down. Okay. I understand.
Yes.
So you're not trying to generate a small black hole to make her trip or anything. You're just trying to actually calm her down. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. So
I want to make her doubt her way of
your exhaustion and everything was cleared ahead of time, so you're going to need to add 1 to your exhaustion. This may as well be a major use of your talent then, beforehand. You're going to be, there's just going to be a pain of, I'm going to call it, let's see, let me assign Allie a pain rating. I'm going to give her a pain rating of 5.
Okay.
So there's going to be a pain rating of 5. You're going to have a permanent exhaustion starting out of 1. But this is going to be a major use of your talent, which means you're going to get at least 1 success on this. Let me go ahead and use my macro here so that I can remind myself what's happening.
A major, that's plus something. I don't remember.
Yes, like I said, you're already adding. So I was thinking this may as well be a major use of it.
Yes.
So it's it's going to be plus 1 success because you're adding the number of exhaustion and dice total that you're rolling to the number of
I
successes.
thought that a major use had you roll your dice for successes.
You still
where
roll
a
your dice for
minor use,
successes.
You got auto successes.
Well, yeah. You still roll the dice either way. But you get, if it's, that's exactly right. You add the number of dice to the successes, but you still roll the dice. So that if you get any more successes, you add those. Otherwise, all the dice are just automatically considered successes regardless of what's on them.
Right out.
But we still have to roll them
the
to see what
situation
dominates.
It's a little bit tricky, so I'll add 2 extra madness.
Okay. And have you rolled? I'm not getting it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not showing up over here for some reason. Let me check.
Yeah.
Does it show a result for you?
For me, yeah. So it's 3 in total without counting the major use.
Okay.
3 successes in total.
Okay, so you will have 4 successes. Let me go ahead and roll my dice. As it might just not be showing up for me for whatever reason. I will roll pain. I only got 1 success. Do you have any? When you hover over each number, it'll show you if you had any 6s. Did you get any 6s?
I think madness is dominating. It's 2 6s.
Ah, yes, that's definitely dominating. So please, Tyler, check off a response.
Fight or flight. That will be a fight response. Yeah,
So you're taking off. What did you say? Fight.
a fight response. Yes.
All right. Your adrenaline is going. Your fight response is kicking in as you see this sort of chaotically happening. But Allie's like, just turns to will turn to Dara as they're proceeding. She's like, okay, I don't really know entirely. I don't know entirely whether they got him or not, but hopefully he's okay. He seems okay. I've been trying to help him. And
Of course I'm okay.
she will slow down enough to let the others catch up. It's up to Dara whether or not she wishes to slow down.
Like, I want to clarify. Katrina's staying like a half step behind Tyler to make a move if she has to, because she is side-eyeing the fuck out of him right now.
Understood.
So Dara turns around and sees who it is and sees that it's Tyler and that they've had like decent interactions, but she's still not quite sure. And so she looks at Allie and it's just like, I don't know what you're doing. You told me we needed to hurry and yet you're slowing down. I don't know what's going on. And so Dara's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And keeps going.
Yeah. She's not, and I should specify, when I say slowing down, she's still trying to hurry, but she's
Okay.
at least trying to let them catch up. But Dara, you do not wish them to catch up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Dara is continuing to run, and she's like, no, come on. And Allie kind of hanging back. She's like, this is all going to uncoil really fast. You realize that?
Yeah. I'm like, damn it, Ellie, and I'm just coursing past her.
What are you gonna do to her? She says.
Nothing. We just need her to get out of here,
She shakes her head.
and she needs us to get out of here as well. Come on. So I'm just running. There's no time to really explain things.
Dara, you burst out of the alley.
Okay.
You see, there is back here, there's a parking lot, and you see that there are number of other buildings sort of hemming in.
Mhm.
You see underneath a lamppost, not too far away, are a couple of figures. They're wearing hats. And they're wearing what looks like, but they're also wearing what looks like these kind of grubby coats. There's something weird about the coats. You can't quite tell because they're moving quickly out of the light, and they're moving so that you cannot see their faces. But but they see you running, and they are running toward you.
Ooh. Great.
What would you like?
Is there another direction that's not towards them that she could go?
You have, so you've got this sort of area, this sort of parking lot area behind several buildings. So there are other alleys. There's another alley across from you. You know that from here, just about a block down, you could get to the metro if you wanted to try to do that.
Okay.
Do you have a vehicle? I'm just curious.
She does have a vehicle, but doesn't use it in Chicago because driving in Chicago is scary.
That is fair. Absolutely fair. So there's
to the metro.
Yeah, so there are some. So you know that just a bit of a ways from here, you've got the. You can head to the metro. Basically, one way goes to the metro. Another way goes toward the river. Another way goes toward the sort of more park-like district, basically.
Those sound like the places that somebody would run in a horror movie, so she's not going in those directions.
All right.
She's going to go towards the metro.
All right, excellent. So you're going to try to run across the parking lot. It is the furthest from you, but perhaps the safest. We'll find out. You just need to get across, go 1 block, and then you take a set of stairs up to a metro station is how you would get there. But first, we have to roll something. So,
Okay.
these nightmares are going to be collectively, let me see, right now there are only like, I think I've only said there are like 2 of them that you see right now.
Okay.
There will be more in a moment. Right now it's about
Great.
evading these 2. So it's only a pain of 2. I'm going to roll 2 pain dice. And you must now decide, you're going to roll your 3... I'm assuming right now what you're trying to do is get away from them.
Yes.
So you're going to be rolling your 3 discipline dice. If you wish, you may
Discipline.
increase your exhaustion by 1 before you roll, if you would like an exhaustion die. And then you may roll 1 to 6 madness dice if you wish. You don't have to roll any madness dice if you don't want to, but you have the option of doing it if you wish.
I will do the 1 exhaustion and no madness because that sounds not good right now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So now successes are 1 to 3. 1, 2, and 3
Okay.
are successes. What did you get?
3 successes, so 2 2s and a 3.
Okay. I'm going to roll pain. And you're going to beat me on successes, we know that. I got 2 successes, so you only beat me by 1. Do you have any 6s on any of your dice?
1 6.
Which die did you get the 6 on?
It's one of the not exhaustion.
The
One
discipline
of the
dice?
other-
The 3 discipline dice
Yes.
you rolled? Okay.
Yes.
So discipline is dominating the situation. That means that you actually are very in control while you're doing this. If you wish, you may take that one point of exhaustion away if you want to do that. That's up to you whether you choose to do that or not. It doesn't affect this roll, but it means that you'd go back down to 0 exhaustion if you wish. And you're going to you're going to make it across. Do you like put cars and things like that in between you? Is that kind of what we're seeing here? What do we see?
Yes, she's running in the most, like haphazard path so that there are as many obstacles kind of in the way as possible. And she runs in front of a car that's actively trying to get out of the parking lot, in the hopes that someone else will run behind and get hit. She's just trying to make it out of here, and make it
Excellent.
across the way. She's sprinting up the stairs. She's going.
Okay, so you're heading over that way, running across, and Tyler and Katrina, you see Dara bolt. She makes it across the parking lot and disappears into another alley that basically is, only have to go a block from there to get to the stairs. And you see that these 2 individuals are running quickly after her, or they're trying to, and then they get blocked by a car. Another car comes up and almost hits one of them, and they turn, and you see in the headlights that these individuals do not have faces. There's just nothing but
Can
blank.
I grab?
2 more, by the way, come out of from sort of the west, from the direction of the park area, and are also running, trying to get after her. So there are now 4 of them. Yes, what would you like to do?
I would like to, as I'm running alongside now I guess both Allie and Tyler,
Mhm.
are there any big sticks or broken up broom handles or anything that are laying in the alley?
I think there have to be, yes.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna grab that as I'm running and then just try to make my way over there. But I'm making a decision. As I'm running, after like hearing about like overhearing them talk, Allie talking about how dangerous the people that want to get Mem are, and Tyler talking about taking her to the top floor of a building, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is bad. So I picked up that stick, and as I'm running, I'm gonna get up next to him before he notices what's going on, and I'm going to slip the stick in front of one leg and behind the other one. That way it makes him trip as I keep running.
Okay, so
Evil.
quick question before we begin to engage in PvP. Shade, do you want to? So you have an option here. We can either narrate this out, or we can roll some dice. What would you like to do?
So rolling the dice would be just like a pool versus pool?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. I mean, I would just roll the die because I really cannot predict the outcome of this action. It could be easily that Tyler just tripped over, or that he noticed and somehow jumped it over.
Okay. No problem. So, yeah, so I'm not rolling anything.
I'm sorry, I have to.
This is what my character would do.
So, Katrina, if you wish, you may increase your exhaustion before this roll. Tyler, if you wish, you may increase your exhaustion by 1 before this roll.
Now, am I also going to be starting at 1 so I could increase to 2, or would I be increasing to 1?
Your exhaustion started at 0.
Okay, so it's going to be at 1.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Okay. So
1 exhaustion.
I'll also add increase my exhaustion, and for this roll, I'm just using the natural discipline plus exhaustion.
Okay, and I think your exhaustion's up to 2 now. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because I feel like this is kind of a wild action to take, I'm tossing in 2 madness dice.
All right, so you've got your base madness plus 2 more. And
not too shabby.
For some reason, Shade, I'm not seeing. Did you roll, Shade?
Yeah.
Still not seeing it. What does it say on your end?
So it's a critical failure. I have no successes.
Ah, excellent. Good. We'll look at this momentarily.
I have 4, and discipline is dominating.
Well, let's find out if discipline is dominating. How many 6s do you have in discipline?
I have 0 6s in anything.
Oh, okay. Do you have so discipline? You have what? Do you
have a 5.
You have a 5?
Discipline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tyler, do you have any 6s?
Do I have 6s? I only have 5s in discipline. So 2 5s in discipline. This is the biggest one.
Okay. So the highest numbers you have 2 5s in discipline.
Yeah.
Okay. So discipline is dominating in this situation. And I'm sorry, Katrina, how many successes did you get?
I got 4.
4. Okay. Tyler got no successes, so you're going to do this incredibly expertly. Discipline is dominating.
Notice I did it.
so you both, if you wish, may reduce your exhaustion by 1 or remove a check from a response. Because discipline is dominating in this situation, so it's almost like a work of art. As Tyler, as you go crashing forward, with this broom handle just sort of stuck, that had gotten put in between, in front of one leg, behind the other, I think, and you tumble onto and across a car as it is trying to pull out.
Oh shit! I wasn't trying to kill him.
No, yeah.
Okay.
And you're kind of
I think,
yeah.
I'll just lie there for a few seconds, you know, just chill.
Mm-hmm. And I think that I need to decide what Allie is going to do at this point. Who is she going to stay with? It's a good question. I think... No, I think she's going to continue trying to catch up to Dara, because Dara is important, apparently. She's, I think, figuring she can try and circle back toward Tyler. And I think all she does is she sees Tyler down, she's like... And she doesn't stop, but she just sort of turns to Tyler and says, "We will have words." And then she continues running toward...
I'm not sure Tyler caught that.
Yeah, probably not. So now it is a question. Dara, you are racing toward across this block. There's a number of statues and things like that. You can see a couple more of these individuals sort of coming out from the sides, and they're starting to try to come after you. You are going to be able to outpace them. You see this staircase in front of you, this metal staircase leading to the metro. The people that are trying to... Now, the behind you, there are 4 of these individuals, and they will soon become 6 in a moment. Katrina, between you and Dara are these 4 workers, faceless workers. So
I have a question. Yes. Have I been able to practice using my madness talent at all?
You've had a chance,
in this downtime.
Yeah, it's been months.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, like, I may have found a way to compress the energy and then, like shot put type throw it type deal. So I'm, like, literally throwing balls of energy to that are just, like, pure force. They're not, like, explosive or anything, but they can knock shit out of the way.
Okay.
So, something like that.
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah. I just want to double check real quick. Dara, are you still just proceeding to the stairs? Is that what you're doing?
She is. She's just going.
All right. So, the Katrina, you are directing a ball of energy at these 4 individuals in front of you, I take it?
Oh, yeah. Just like a big old ball of energy to push them aside and knock them away from the staircase.
Okay. Yeah, they haven't made it to the staircase, but we'll see. They're it's just basically when, running through this alley at the far end. Unless you would like to wait for them to get closer to the staircase when you do this, that is up to you. If you do, that does mean you will have 6 of them to deal with instead of 4.
Yeah. I don't know. As long as they're bunched up, I'm going to do it. Doesn't matter how close to the staircase they are. I'm just trying to, like, knock them aside.
4 of them are bunched up right now.
All right, then I'd just do it so I could get through them since they're directly in my path right now.
All right, that means I'm going to be rolling 4 pain dice.
All right. And since this is a pretty wild use of power, I'm going to say it'll take at least 5? 4 or 5 madness?
Well, you've had time to practice. But I would say it's pretty big of a... Yeah, I'd say at least 4.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and increase my exhaustion by 1 again.
Okay.
And at least 4?
Yeah, at least 4 madness for this one.
All right, so that... I'll just do the extra 4 in addition to my 1 permanent madness for a total of 5. And yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
All right.
Not terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good.
Okay. What'd you get?
5 successes.
Wow.
Madness is dominating.
All right. So I only got 2 successes. I am not getting very high numbers, so Pain doesn't have a chance of dominating yet. So that means Madness is indeed dominating. So please check off a response.
That's definitely a fight.
You're checking off your fight response. Your adrenaline is hitting. You feel this surge. What does this look like?
Like, you just see her as she's running, just like throws one hand out in front of her as she's still moving forward. And like, you can see like shimmering aspect added to the air in front of her hand. And then you see the shimmering grow more and more dense into like a big old ball of just like dense, shimmery air. And then it just like, as she's holding it out, it just like goes shooting forward when she shoves her hand forward like that. And just like straight down the middle, hopefully knocking them off to either side, 2 off to each side, and maybe knocking them to the ground.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They tumble like 9 pins. Some of them hit against the walls of the alley and they fall down. You and Allie book past them. And now, as you are running, you see that there are only 2 of them that are turning and running after that have come out further. There are 2 more that have come out and are following Dara. Dara is heading up the stairs. Tyler, what are you doing?
Oh, well, I guess I come to my senses, then trying to get up.
Yeah.
Trying to see if anything is broken.
No, you seem okay.
Okay, that's good. I think I haven't even like ripped my clothes too much.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the like in the distance.
Yeah, you can still see where Katrina and Allie are running.
Okay. What is like? Are they close to the tube already?
Are they? I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Are they close to the metro? Is it?
They've got about a block to run to get to the metro, but Dara might already be at the stairs to the metro, possibly. You think?
Okay, it looks like it's lost. Damn it! What's wrong with this evening? So I'm just looking around. Are there more of these press gang types?
So as you turn to look for them, you will see that let's see, it's only been a few seconds. Yes.
If there's nobody,
You see a couple of them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if there's nobody, I would just get to my car. I would just catch a taxi, and I would head on towards the TK Industries building.
I see. So here's the decision that we have here to make. Let me see how we do this. Yes. There are a couple of them that you see some of them starting to like about half a dozen of them are starting to are coming into the back area here. They have they're coming in, pouring in through the side, sort of from another alley that leads to the front of the building. And
That's
you see them kind of they're trying to run after. They're trying to run after them, but it's gonna be a bit before they catch up. Do you want to do anything as a result, or are you going to try to hail a cab?
just hailing a cab. I don't think they're going to catch up with them. In any case, it's not my problem anymore. I have something else in my mind. I want to get to this top floor on my own.
I see. I see.
I think I probably have a chance.
Okay. All right. So you're going to dash out to hail a cab. And we will come back to you in a moment. So, Dara and Katrina. Dara, you're still further up front. But you can hear behind you a couple of people. You can kind of glance over your shoulder. You see a couple of faceless people running up behind you, or trying to, as you are running up these stairs toward the metro. As you reach the platform, you bolt out onto the platform. And there is no train here yet. There will probably be a train here momentarily. Because it's not... It's only after 10. It's they're still, running folks back and forth pretty rapidly here. Standing on the platform, flanked by two more of these faceless individuals.
Oh boy.
You see the man in the long coat. He's got his arms crossed. Again, he's like, come on, Miss Morgan. Murphy? Is it Murphy? Is it Murphy? I'm sorry. I knew it started with an M, and my brain, I was like, no, I will say a word and not look at it because I only have it in the chat. It is Murphy. I just had to click a button. Let's do that again. He gestures to you. He says, "Come on, Miss Murphy. Come on."
She's gonna stop. She stops. She looks at him.
We got a trip to make.
The trip where?
You'll find out momentarily, miss.
And Dara just reaches down to her boot.
It's very close by.
Mm-hmm. Is holding her knife and it backs up. I'm like, no, I'm not going anywhere.
It's like, really? Oh. Well, if that's the worst you got, then I'm not worried at all about this assignment. And he starts moving forward a little bit. These two others start moving forward on either side. They're starting to approach you. The two behind you are running up, trying to grab you.
Uh-oh.
What would you like to do?
There's not much of a chance for escape, is there?
There is no train yet. But you would have to get away from them somehow or around them. They cannot completely encircle you. There are only 5 of them. There are only 5 people here. But at the same time, if you want to try to escape, you'll need to do something.
Okay.
You need to create some kind of an opening for that.
How far behind am I?
You and Allie are actually not very far behind. You're not quite up to the platform yet. You see them ahead of you by a number of paces. They are closer to Dara than you are to them. I will say that. So these two that are getting up to you see them run out, presumably onto the platform.
So Dara will try to dodge anyone, if there's one that's kind of closer to the tracks, she'll try to dodge them to actually get onto the tracks.
Okay, you're going onto the tracks.
We're going on the tracks.
That sounds safe. Let me grab this real quick. There we go. So you are going to be, let's see. Let me see this. Let me see this guy's pain rating for what he's doing. So he himself probably has a pain rating of, I'm going to say he's got a pain rating of 2. He has 4 workers with him, so that's going to bring this up to a pain of 6. And so I'm going to be rolling 6 pain dice. Do you have any? Do you have anything you want to use right now? Are there talents in particular, or are you just like doing a dodge, a perfectly normal dodge?
Perfectly normal, not at all weird. No talents quite yet.
Okay, so you're going to use your 3 discipline dice. If you wish, you may increase your exhaustion by 1 and use any exhaustion dice you have.
I'll do that.
I mean, you have to use any exhaustion dice you have, but you can increase it by 1 ahead of time if you wish, and then you may use 1 to 6 madness if you wish.
We'll do. This is kind of mad, so we'll do 3
Okay.
madness, and then 1 exhaustion, and then the 3 discipline. All right, give me a second. Oh no. So only 2 successes.
Mm-hmm.
And those are madness. So
Mm-hmm.
two 6s for the madness.
There are 2 6s in madness, and remember, successes are 1, 2, and 3. 1s, 2s, and 3s.
Yes.
And you have so you have 2 successes total,
Yes.
and 2 6s in madness.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So, I have 3 successes. So that means that in addition to what's going on, I get to extract a price. So madness is dominating. So you're going to be checking off one of your responses, one of your fight or flight responses.
Okay.
And you let me know which one you check off.
Just gonna check off flee.
Okay. In addition, please increase your exhaustion by 1. Because
Okay.
once again, because I won the roll. Now, you are trying to dodge and get onto the tracks. Madness is dominating.
Yep.
These fellas dash forward and they try to grab you. I've got you beat by 1. And so what happens is, do you have an outer garment you're wearing? Is there a coat or something like that?
She's wearing a jacket.
A jacket. They now have your jacket. You fall onto the tracks. You make it onto the tracks, but you think you might have, you might end up at the end of this with like a sprained ankle, possibly.
Okay.
But you've got a lot of adrenaline running right now, so you don't feel it very much.
All right.
Rather, you see these faceless individuals dashing forward, trying to catch you. You see this other guy who may as well be a faceless individual. And you hear him saying, "Oh, now, Miss Murphy, don't go doing that. It's just gonna put you in more danger than we want you in for now." And Katrina, at this point, you and Allie are going to make it to the up to the platform. You're going to see you're just in time to see Dara fall onto the tracks.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you see them these 5 individuals going after her.
All right. I'm gonna go after them. Like, I'm literally gonna run up on them, grab, like, straight up sucker punch them, like, pull their shoulder back as they start to turn to look at me, then just throw a fist into their face.
All right. So one of the faceless individuals, you're trying to throw your fist into the faceless face?
Yeah, for
All
sure.
right. Or at least you're trying to beat them. Okay. So again, you've got them by surprise. So this is only gonna be a pain of 5 instead of 6. And
I'm gonna increase my exhaustion again.
actually, you know what? It's gonna be a pain of 4 because Allie is helping you.
Oh, awesome.
She actually moves very quickly when you get up here. And is going to try to do something, but we'll see what happens.
And I'm gonna toss in 3 madness because trying to punch a faceless individual in the face.
Yes. Understandable.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, 4 successes. Madness is dominating again.
All right. I only got 2 successes. What are your madness dice?
6, 4, and 2, and 2.
Okay, 6, 4, 2, and 2. Pain is dominating because I have a 6 and a 5.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, pain
So-
dominates.
I get a token of despair,
Mm-hmm.
and but you made how many successes? Did you say?
4.
4. Okay. So you got 2 more successes than me. You are going to, in the confusion here, you leap forward, you punch this guy. We'll say it's the one who has Dara's jacket.
And I'll take the jacket from him for good
Take
measure.
the jacket. You knock him down onto the tracks, where he hits the middle rail.
Ooh.
And is immediately like. Meanwhile, you see and you see Allie come around and is kind of distracting them. She is moving lightning fast.
Oh.
As she is doing this, she can't seem to, and I need to specify here. She doesn't seem to be running very fast, but she is moving very fast. As she is doing this, and manages to distract them. And in this ensuing melee, you manage to also knock a second one out. Essentially, they have the ability to go unconscious, apparently. But then you have these other 3 that are still there. Dara, you see this.
Mm-hmm.
You're down on the tracks. You hear distantly a train coming. What would you like to do?
Back up here. I got you.
So Dara will go, ugh, and then kind of scramble up and then try to jump up onto the ledge and get back on the platform, reaching for help from the star of the night.
Okay. Yes. Katrina, if you wish, you can help Dara up.
Definitely.
While Allie is trying to distract these individuals.
Mm-hmm.
She has actually, yes, so she's got a pretty good distraction possibly about to happen, but let's see how this goes. Because you have these 3 individuals. It's going to be a total of 4 because, again, 2 and 2. I think, actually, no, it's only going to be a pain of 3. It's going to be a pain of 3. And this is a helping roll. Who is leading this roll? It can be either Dara or Katrina.
Dara's kind of confused and not so certain about what's happening, so I think it's probably better to be Katrina, but
Okay.
All right, I can leave.
You can do that. Dara, do you want to help?
I would like to help.
So only roll your discipline dice, your 3 discipline dice.
Okay.
And those will count. Don't worry about what's dominating in those. Don't worry about any 6s because that's not going to count to that. I will tell you any results of this before you roll. Any results of this roll will also come down on you, just so you'll know. If you help. All right. And Katrina can go ahead and roll as well.
I'm only adding 1 additional madness just to round the pool out.
Yeah.
Wow, not bad. Yeah, I'm up to 3 exhaustion now, so like I don't have to
Yeah.
increase it any further.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like 4 successes. 3 ones actually. That's wild. And my highest dice outside of exhaustion is a 4. In exhaustion, I got a 4 and a 5.
Okay, I got 2 6s. So pain is once again dominating.
Mm-hmm.
I got no successes. You got 4 successes. You do really well here. And so the distraction that is happening is that once after sort of coming around, moving quickly and sort of socking one of these individuals who sort of staggers back, Allie very rapidly pulls a gun out of her purse.
Oh, okay.
All right, respect. Respect.
And it's a weird looking gun. It's got like a crossbow on the end of it. A little crossbow
Is
head.
it?
So it's actually
Okay.
it's like a hand crossbow type deal. And she very rapidly, again, moving almost superhumanly fast, does this and is aiming it at them. The 3 of them are looking a little wary. And you see the person with the face in the center is, oh, you don't want to do that, miss. And Allie is looking like, oh, I think I really do. And so Katrina and Dara, what are you doing?
Now would be a good time to leave if you value your lives.
Dara's just like looking like, all right, this is feeling very Chicago. Feeling very Chicago. Kind of bewildered and just like looking around like, what is happening?
I'll explain everything in a minute. It's all super complex and weird as fuck. How long have you been awake?
Awake? I mean, a couple of days? Couple of weeks?
You can see a stand-up sort of this standoff sort of happening a little bit. By the way, these 2 faceless and the one faced, just sort of trying to edge a little closer to her, just sort of trying to freak her out. And Allie at this point very calmly says, "I think the 2 of you had better go ahead. I'll see if I can catch up, but I think now would be an excellent time." And the train arrives.
All right.
Woo!
The days do blend together when you're awake this long, but you don't start seeing them till it's been a couple weeks. Let's jump on here.
She's hopping on behind you.
You see that Allie, one of them tries to go for the train. Allie's like, ah! And is able to hold them in place. Katrina and Dara, you hop on the train. The train is taking off. I would like to click over to Tyler. Tyler. Do you want the cab to drop you in front of the building or somewhere else?
In front of the building is fine. By the way, while I'm still in a taxi and like in a cab and I'm thinking what happened, calm down a little bit, analyze the situation. Do I have a contact of Allie?
Yeah, she gave you her number.
Okay, so I'm trying calling her.
Yeah. For some reason, she's not picking up right now. I can't imagine why.
I see. Well, that's unfortunate.
It goes to her voicemail.
A voicemail. Oh, well, I'm just... hey, Ellie, just wanted to say thank you for fucking up this night for everyone and also for leaving me there alone. Good night, Tyler, and hanging out.
There is someone...
And then...
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, and then I'm just waiting till the cab has arrived.
The cab is slowing down. There is a fair amount of traffic tonight. It's Chicago. The cab is starting to slow down in front of TK Industries. And there is someone standing in front of the front door of TK Industries. You see this figure standing there. You see this figure standing there wearing a Victorian coat and a top hat. Over his shoulder, he's carrying a long pole with a loop at the end. The cab is slowing down. The cab continues to slow down. Pull to a stop, and you see his face. You have met this individual before. He has the scarred face, long hair. Looks a little bit like Lon Chaney in London After Midnight, for anyone who might be familiar with that image. And he's looking in and he's glowering at you, and he sees you in the cab, and he smiles with pointed teeth. What would you like to do?
Is it the gravedigger guy?
No. This is Mr. Sphinx. He's the first person you met when you went to the Mad City.
Oh, yeah, that's I mean, I just called
Sort
him
of
a
a
gravedigger.
dog catcher type figure.
Yes. Okay. I'm like, I'm getting out of the cab and
I presume you pay.
I pay. Yeah.
Okay. Swipe your card through. Okay.
Hi.
And
It's been a while.
you know, Mr. Banker. You know, I really hate coming here. I really do. It don't smell right. Especially this city. Especially this city slumbering. Where is Miss Murphy?
Well,
I see you do not have her.
I'm not going to discuss it with you, and you'd better let me go to the top floor right now. And by the way, trying to use my
Better had her. Yeah.
yes, my ability.
Yep.
Otherwise, your boss may not be happy. You don't want to make your boss unhappy, do you?
So, you are attempting to talk Mr. Sphinx into letting you just swan on through.
Exactly. I mean, I was invited anyway.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mr. Sphinx has a pain of 7. And so this is your and you're using your exhaustion talent. Is this a major use or a minor use?
That's a major use.
Yeah, you're going to want to increase your exhaustion by 1 before you make this roll.
I do that. And I also add in, well, I guess, 2 madness dice
Okay.
to sweeten the deal.
All right.
And I'm getting 5 successes.
I will roll my 7 pain. I have 3 successes. What do you have dominating on your side?
Let's see. Exhaustion. 2 6s.
2 6s in exhaustion. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead and add another exhaustion. What's your
Okay,
exhaustion
well,
up to
that's
now?
better. 4.
Okay, great. Okay. So, you got 5 successes, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 more than
And
me.
plus the major.
Plus the major
Wait, the
use.
major
That's
use
right.
of
Thank
the
you.
talent?
It's right there. It's right freaking in front of me. And you had how many? You had how many exhaustion dice before you rolled when you added?
3
You had
exhaustions.
3. Yeah. So you had 2. You added 1 and had 3, right? Is that how you did it?
So I had 3 exhaustion. Oh no, wait.
Did you add 1 before you
Oh.
rolled? Let me ask you that.
Yes. Okay. So I had 2 before, then I added, it became 3, and then I after
And now
the
it's
roll,
4.
I
Okay.
added 1
Good.
more.
So that means you
Yes.
have actually 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
Well,
And again, I have only 3, so that's 5 more successes. So this is going to work really well. And he's like, yeah, all right. Let's go upstairs then. I'd love to hear this explanation.
very well.
And Mr. Sphinx will follow you inside, and we'll protect you on the inside. Yes, that's it. he will
Oh yeah.
he will guard you inside. He will lead you. He will get
I
you.
feel
up
very
there.
safe. Yeah.
Yes.
With him around, on
Take
my
you to
shoulder.
the
That's
elevator.
great.
And you will all take the elevator to the top floor. I want to find out in a moment what happens at the top floor, but before I think we're getting close. We're getting close to the end of this episode. I can feel it. I can feel it coming. But before we do it, I would like to just find out, Katrina and Dara, you're on this train. The train is, let's see, is this an inside train or an outside train? Sorry, the loop, right? I'm trying to figure out which direction it goes around the loop. I'm gonna roll 1d2. And 1 is inside, 2 is outside. 2, okay. Okay. So that means it's going counterclockwise effectively around the city. So the 2 of you are on this are on the train. Are you gonna sort of just sit and ride for a little while? What you folks doing? I can't hear you. I think you might be muted in here.
I want to talk. Okay, so yeah, it seems like you're new to all of this, yeah?
I guess. And Dara's just like, I don't know what you're even talking about.
How long have you been seeing people that have no right to exist?
Man, about a month.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're like at least 6 weeks into being awake. There's another world. There's another place. It's different. It's weird. It is nightmares, but it's not like it's really hard to fucking explain. I'm sorry. I don't really know how to go about doing this. You're my first newbie that I've run into. All right, so everything is weird, but the longer we stay awake, the more power we have. I don't know how to explain that, but like, have you started to notice weird things that you can do? Because I've never seen the nightmares come out of the Mad City before. I've never seen them trying to hunt someone down before. There's something about you that is special or something.
And Dara just stares at you for a moment.
Well, I saw one come out once, and that was my first time going in.
What facility did you come from? Do you need help getting back?
No facilities. No facilities. I'm guessing that world is trying to pull you in right now. And I can't explain it in a way that will sound sane. I literally cannot. It sounds like crazy ass shit, and I'm aware of this. But there's gonna be a door that's gonna be the only path we have to take. At least that's how it worked for me the first time. It was the only way that we had. And then everything's gonna be scary until you get the hang of it. And it's not so bad. It's not that different. It's a lot more clear on the other side. Shit. This just sounds like insane ramblings. I'm sorry.
Are there drugs involved? Because I don't do those.
No. I mean, my first time getting drawn in had some drug use in it, but I haven't been on that shit in a while.
Is a while today? Yesterday?
Months.
Okay. I don't know you.
I know.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me. All I know is that you're involved in this wildness, and I don't want any part of. I don't know what's going on here.
All I'm telling you is that you're in danger, and I will do what I can to keep you safe. That's all I'm saying. If you want some proof, I'm gonna activate my madness talent and just like conjure another little ball of energy and throw it at one of the windows and breaking a window on the train.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to make you roll for that. This is a special effect.
Cool.
So basically, Katrina is Katrina conjures up this spirit.
Powers. I'm not bullshitting you. You can do something too. And my guess is that it's something special.
Dara's just like, okay, here we are. This is the brink of it, the madness. Here it is. This is the moment. We just watched this happen. If all y'all do is real.
I know.
What is this?
I don't know how to explain any of this in a way that will sound rational, because it's not rational. It's not something that we're supposed to know about. It's not something that we're supposed to have access to. It's literally just when we short circuit our brains enough from lack of sleep that we gain access to like a whole new world, a whole new realm of possibilities. And it doesn't make sense, but I don't know how to explain it in a way that makes sense. And the more I think about it, the more crazy I feel. So I'm gonna stop. But essentially, I got your back. I'm not doing it for any reason other than I would do this for literally anyone. If anyone was getting chased down, I would do everything in my power to make sure that they were safe. That's just who I am.
Okay. All right. Well, let's find this. Dara just kind of feels like nothing left to lose. All right, let's find this door.
Katrina.
Yeah?
I need to know something. Do you have a phone? Have you gotten a phone between? Or do you
I probably got like a burner.
Yeah, okay.
You know, just like a cheap one that you can get at Walmart for $20 or something.
Your burner is ringing.
I pull it out. Hello.
Okay, it's an unknown number. You answer. And the first thing you hear is static. Like TV static.
Mm-hmm.
And the screen of your phone has static on it, you notice.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear a voice come from your phone that you have heard once before, I believe. And it says, would you like some assistance?
You got a way out?
Quite possibly. I think I can see a way to assisting you here if you wish. Then that will probably get you out.
My question is, what's in it for you?
Oh, you'll learn that soon enough. You're very talented. I'm just hoping to, we'll talk about that soon.
All right. It doesn't have anything to do with the person I'm with, right? You're just into it for me?
Oh no, that's just a bonus entertainment.
Okay.
I think what I'm gonna do here, actually, is I think I'm going to introduce you to an acquaintance of mine, another potential client, I would say.
All right.
You'll meet them momentarily.
All right. Sounds good. Anything that can get us out of this situation?
Oh,
I don't imagine running from nightmares in the waking world doesn't draw attention.
Oh, I dare say she'll have a perspective on matters.
If you say so. I'll see what you mean in a minute.
Great. I'll be seeing you soon. This is going to be...
Sounds good.
Wonderful. And we are going to fade away from here. And we're going to the top floor of TK Industries. It's almost sort of penthousian. This thing. The elevator arrives with a mighty ding. This is.
By the way, when I was when I was on the ground floor, I tried to do the thing when I just tapped the Sphinx on the shoulder and said, "Thanks, buddy. Your help won't be necessary anymore. I don't think I'll get lost, before I get to the elevator."
He is not leaving you.
Oh well, I guess you just like my company. Fine.
Yes, he's like, he just sort of nods. He says, "Oh yeah." And, two of you get on the elevator. You see he's very tightly coiled this evening. You make it to the top. The doors open. See this long carpet that leads to this big sort of wood-paneled penthouse of an office. There are a couple of desks here. And you see behind the larger desk is a gentleman who is standing. He is wearing a long Victorian coat and a red tie. A bit of a ways behind him, you can see there's the back wall of this office. On the sides there are windows, but along the back wall of this office, there's I want to say a mural showing a big strange machine. It's kind of like an almost it looks sort of Art Deco, I guess, in a way, although that often refers to architecture, but it's sort of in the Art Deco style, which means that there are human figures working at this machine. They have this very specific sort of rounded features and shading. But the machine itself also looks sort of, it's not quite right. this big mighty engine. And smack in the middle of that mural is this big iron door that is standing open, and beyond which is pouring this light. It doesn't look like it belongs in the middle of that mural, but it's there. And out of it is pouring a sort of like light. It could be like firelight, maybe. It's pretty bright, though. The man behind the desk comes around, seeing you. He has been I think he is I want to say it looks like he's whittling something with a knife. Like this piece of wood, he's just sort of for some reason this sort of longer stick that he's sort of been whittling at. And he sees you, he's like, Mr. Banker. What a pleasure to meet you face to face at last. Though
Likewise.
I see you're empty-handed. Would you care to
Well,
explain that?
Sure. A fancy wall you got there, by the way. Fancy wall.
Yes, it's
So-
convenient.
I gotta say that I did my best to deliver her, but I was very much constrained, by only giving me 30 minutes. You made me act rash, and I did what I could. Unfortunately, the target got spooked and, well, ran away. And I would have caught you if I didn't have an unforeseen obstacle. Have you heard of Christina Wales, I think her name is?
Katrina, not Christina.
Katrina. Katrina Wales? A performer?
That does sound familiar.
Well, she's with Dara now, and she's the reason why Dara is not here with me.
I see. So, Katrina Wales. You're, one of your chums from your first visit, yeah?
Well, yes. We met with her 4 months ago, I think.
Yes, that's about right. You're saying she took Miss Murphy from you?
She did. For some reason, she didn't like me that much. Well, now it's mutual.
I see. Huh. And that's it, is it? That's everything you care to report about this
Well,
failure?
Mr. Triplet Way, if you just give me another chance and more time to prepare, I will surely deliver. You know I deliver, right?
He narrows his eyes, and he's staring into your soul. I am going to assign this. Let me actually look and see. I haven't used Triplethwaite's difficulty in some time. His given recent events, he is up to, I want to say, a 6. So the pain is 6. Well, given the circumstances, actually the pain right now is going to be a 7 because there's a lot going on that he's having to deal with. And he does not wish to listen to bullshit necessarily right now, but he is apparently keeping calm. Perhaps that's just what he does. So the pain is going to be 7 for this roll. And so that's you're trying to convince. And I'm just curious: is Tyler being honest right now?
He mixes like truth with lies, so
yeah.
he does not necessarily going to become like, a loyal servant of this guy.
Right.
But he's truly dislikes Katrina, so
Oh,
he
no.
uses that, and he didn't really like lie about what happened.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to tell about Ellie just yet, although he about that.
So that's you're deliberately leaving out anything about Ellie. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, this is going to be a pain of 7.
And he's trying to understand if I'm bullshitting him or not.
And he's trying. I'm sorry. What was it?
And he's just trying to understand if I'm bullshitting him or not. Oh, is he
To an
trying to look
extent,
into my soul?
well, there's a lot that's going on in his head right now, and whether you're bullshitting him or not is part of that.
Yeah.
But there are additional bits that he's trying to ascertain about you.
Okay.
Through his dread gaze. So the pain's going to be 7. And are you using your exhaustion talent for this?
I could, or otherwise I would just try to sort of imagine. I would use my madness talent if possible. I would try to imagine like this, like black hole in my head. So I'm not trying to create it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to envisage it. And if he's trying to look into me, he would look like this is what he would see.
You want him to see the emptiness when he looks into you. You're trying to up the emptiness in yourself. That'll work. You'll need to roll at least 2 madness to do that.
And also,
you
got to understand that if I don't like what's going to happen, I could just turn this place into the black hole.
That's entirely
Maybe
possible. Yes. That's great. Yes. So we're using your madness talent. You'll need to roll at least 2 madness dice. And I will be rolling 7 pain.
I'm rolling 4 extra madness.
Okay.
Okay. That's 7 successes.
Holy crap. Okay.
Lucky.
I wish I could see it. It's just not showing up over here. But
yeah.
But let's see. So you got 7 successes.
Yes.
I got 5. Do you have anything dominating there? Do you have any 6s?
I got 2 5s in madness.
So you've got your highest dice are the 2 5s in madness?
Yeah.
Pain is dominating.
Let's see.
Yes. Okay. So pain's dominating. I'll take 1 more coin of despair. So you've got 2 more successes than me, and pain is dominating. All right. So. All right, Mr. Banker, he says, just slowly sort of narrowing his eyes. I've heard reports that Miss Wales had a bit of assistance. Miss Wales and Miss Murphy had a bit of assistance just now. Can you shed any light on that?
What kind of assistance?
Someone else. I'm curious to know if you know who it was.
Back, like during the first trip to the Mad City, Katrina was contacted by some very powerful entity. Could that be it? Was it? I think the entity's name was the Crown. But is trying to summon it.
Right. No, I know who you're talking about. Perhaps. So, this is your lucky day, then. I am feeling generous. I'm giving you a choice, Mr. Banker.
Yes.
You can either step away. You'll no longer be employed by this company, but we can give you a good reference. You step away, we give you a reference, you get some rest. Get some sleep. And you won't hear from us for a while. That's your first option. Your second option is to come with me when I go back. And face the emptiness.
The emptiness. I keep hearing this word, but what is the emptiness?
It is the pit of human suffering, the deepest of despairs, fed only by despair. But it is also knowledge, a knowledge of that darkness, that deep void within us all, and an understanding of how to deal with it. It hungers constantly. And for the moment, I am its steward. But if you are to continue working for us, you must be tested. And the emptiness will do that.
I see. Okay. I take the second option. Thanks for putting so much trust in me, Mr. Triplet. I wouldn't leave your company for life.
All right, then. He says, and he gestures to the door behind him. Let's go.
Let's go. Well, Tyler is following Mr. Triplet towards this strange white light.
And flanked by Mr. Triplethwaite and Mr. Sphinx, Tyler enters the Mad City to join the emptiness. And that is where the current action shall come to an end, save for one thing. Bit of a coda here, as this is the last time we'll be seeing Tyler, at least for some time. This may be the last time anyone sees Tyler, I'm not sure. But, Shade, if you had a chance to show a sliver of something in Tyler's future at this point, something you'd like to leave us with, that might hint at his fate, perhaps, or give us some idea of at least some end to his story for now, what would you give us?
Yes, the reason why Tyler chose the second option was mostly because he didn't trust Triplet to just leave him if he chose the first one. That sounded like a weird thing to do. Like, why would you? Yeah, that didn't sound reasonable at all.
Lie down and sleep. Everything will be fine.
Right. And the second, Tyler was just really curious to see this emptiness, and he is curious to see what it is. So I think that when Tyler sees it, it will affect him in a way that well, it's difficult to predict. It will change him like a person or maybe like into something else. So when he come back like in a different version of himself, then he may either he'll probably stay with triplet weight for now, at least nominally. And depending on the assignments and on what he actually gained from this emptiness, he may decide to either like truly serve him or just leave triplet weight whenever their goals do not align.
You think Tyler will? Tyler is on a razor's edge at this point, because he has a very, shall we say, a very decent shot at becoming a nightmare, should he follow this path.
I think that's possible.
Yeah.
Well,
We don't know.
can't say for sure now.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, and I think with that, we shall conclude this evening. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all for coming and joining us for this game this evening for the premiere of our second arc. As we set things up, the main party has not made it into the Mad City yet, which is quite interesting. But that's okay, because to tell you a little secret, I had planned to flesh out more about the city's slumbering. And this is sort of representative of that. Bad crap can happen on both sides of the door.
Yeah. Like, legitimately, the last time Katrina saw nightmares in the waking world is when we were in the bar getting chased by, well, wouldn't you know it, faceless men with weapons.
Yeah, they had considerably less of faces. Well, they had the things that you have behind the face, typically. They had the skulls. They didn't have the faces on top of them at last.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, it's true. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and do our outros. Next week, there will be more people, a change in cast. We will see who we have. It might be people you recognize. We'll see. We're going to go around and do our outros. Feel free to tell folks where they can find you. Feel free to plug whatever you like. And feel free to give us any final thoughts you had about this session, favorite moments or what have you. We're going to go in reverse order. So we are starting with Mem.
Hello, hi. I'm Mem. You can find me here. I'm basically only here for right now. Maybe I'll pop up somewhere else. And on Twitter at uncertain mem. Yeah. Favorite moment from tonight was just the moment we mentioned hats at that damn bar. I was just like, oh no, I don't own any hats. My head is so big. I have beanies. And I was like, what will I do?
All I wear is beanies.
But then I kind of had that moment where I was like, I can get one of those little tiny hats. I just clip it on. I was like, but I don't have one right at this moment, so what do I do? But the building the bar was fun, and realizing that it was going to be ridiculous. And I'm a little sad that we've already left it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, although this bar is fared better than the coffee house did that we had in the previous arc, so there's at least that. It at least we know survived in some fashion. I mean, the coffee house technically survived, but it's in a different form now. Nice. And I just love the idea. I actually love the idea that it's this place where everyone's supposed to dress up fancy, but all they require is just wear some kind of hat of the employees. And so just it's like this thing, all right, everyone's wearing like these freaking top hats and berets and crap. I'm just going to wear a freaking beanie.
That's all I've got.
Perfect. Thank you for joining us. And now we are going to head over to Krimsin.
Hey y'all, I'm Crimsin Galaxy. That's Krimsin, because I'm not me without a little bit of sin. My pronouns are they, them, she, and they. And today I was playing Katrina Wales, the homeless musician who got into the Mad City that's trying to explain the weight of the Mad City, but has no idea how to do it without sounding insane. Anyway, you can find me on Twitter at sin_gal. You can find me on both Instagram and here on Twitch at Crimsin_Galaxy_RPG. As for the games you can find me in over the next week, on Monday you can catch me playing Power Rangers Arcanines over on the Initiative Order at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Honestly, it's a really great game. First session was 3 weeks ago because we're doing it on the second and fourth Mondays. So I'm just like sitting here raring to go at the next episode. I can't wait. It's so much fun. I love the over-the-top shit that you can do with a Power Rangers theme. And I'm the Yellow Ranger. And on Wednesday, you can catch me with some Things from the Flood over on Party Wipe Games, where we're a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds that are all super thirsty at each other, that are thrown in situations way out of our depths and trying to like solve matters of like global importance as teenagers who don't know shit about shit. And that's really fun too. On Monday, before you catch me back here, on next Friday, before you catch me back here with Don't Rest Your Head, earlier in the day, I'm going to be playing a Monster of the Week game called Ghost Hunters over on Cybernation Uncensored at 1 p.m. Pacific time, 1 to 3 one time. That one is actually another really good time. The dynamics that we've built as a team are like really great and fun to play with. And we're essentially running like, if you've ever seen the movie 13 Ghosts, we're trying to catch the 13 ghosts to put in the glass house. It's super interesting. It's super fun. It's funny. And soon, as in like almost immediately, it's going to start getting some pretty spookies too. So come watch us play that game. It's a great time. But then at 5 p.m. Pacific time, you can catch me back here with some more Don't Rest Your Head.
Excellent. Excellent. This was a delight, and I am very pleased that Katrina got to play for an audience.
Yeah.
Alas, didn't get paid for the gig though, because you didn't you weren't able to you didn't get any of the because you ran out on them. Well, there were other. We have to figure out if these other members of how attached to these other band members you are, because maybe if you've associated with them for a while, they'll probably collect the money for you.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that like they are a band that I formed, and
okay.
I told them sometimes I disappear for a few nights. Sometimes I disappear for longer. If I'm gone for more than a week, whatever money we made in the last gig, if I disappear during a gig, it's theirs.
Okay.
If I'm gone more than a week, it's their money.
Oh, okay, great. Well, no, so then they'll basically, it was a packed house this evening. So if you manage to make it back at some point, then you'll have had a pretty good take, I would say. So that's cool. Because this is one of those places. It's cover charge, basically. That's what you got. Okay. And now finally, over to Shade.
Hey guys, that was an awesome game. Like my favorite so far. During this game, I mean, it was like really unpredictable. So first, when Tyler got a call from Mr. Triplet Weight, and with this 30-minute like deadline assignment, I'm like, holy shit, what do I do? And somehow I invented a plan, which involves getting pretty much everyone on the top floor and then playing by ear after that. But that plan fell through. Then, well, I tried to somehow change it, but then I got I don't even I got well kind of stopped by Katrina, which was awesome because it made it even more unpredictable. So my second plan, which involved of getting somebody like anyone and getting with this person to the top floor, kind of fell through as well. So then I devised it like my new plan, which was just getting to the top floor, somehow worked out. And hey, yeah, that was really cool. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks Krimsin, Mem, and Dream for making this session happen. I'll probably take a little break from Discord plays right now, so you won't see me anywhere, but I'll maybe pop up sometime as Tyler maybe will pop up sometime as either an awake person or a nightmare. Who knows that the emptiness will make with him to him. Yeah,
Who knows?
so yeah. Thank you for the great time.
Awesome. Thank you so much for helping us to kick off the second arc. This is going to shape a lot of what's going on. There's some big moves happening now in the Mad City as forces are trying to deal with what the Crone did a few months ago. And so there's a lot. There's a lot happening. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens going forward. But this evening's events have sort of set things up to determine sort of what's going to be happening to an extent with the press gang. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how things intertwine as we move forward. But that leaves me. Who am I? I'm Jim. I am. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch, Twitter, Hive, Mastodon, and most other social media platforms. Where I'm not OtherDoc, I'm Jim Yes That Jim. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other audio thingies, writings, and such. Down below, you can access my website, social media links, YouTube channel, and various other things. In just a few days, on Monday, we will be launching the other group, the Monday night group. I'm currently calling it Story Alpha. I don't title these until I find out quite what everything's going to be about, what the themes are going to be. So we'll get there. They'll get titles. But it's the other group for now. That'll be happening on Mondays. A couple of them you may recognize, a couple of them perhaps not, or if you recognize them, they'll know them from other places. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Other games of Don't Rest Your Head, perhaps. They've played streams of those in their pasts as well. So I think that's going to be fun. They're going to actually. We had to rearrange things a little bit because of Shade's timing situation. So, but that other group actually is going to be doing their 0.5. So it's going to be all sort of brainstorming on Monday. And so we'll see how that goes as we learn more about their insomniacs. On Wednesday, we have what very well may be the finale of our Dune game, House Versailles. We have our enemies are numerous, and things are definitely happening. I know they have, or they're bound to become numerous. They have cloning facilities, so we just sort of found that out. So there's a lot we need to do now, and we've got a major ceremony coming up as the planet that we've been assigned is being officially handed over to us, just sort of to celebrate that. And they're going to try something. We know they're going to try something. We're not completely sure what, but hopefully we'll figure it out. So very much looking forward to that, closing out that campaign. And then Friday, more of this as we continue our tale and introduce or reintroduce a couple more insomniacs that you may be familiar with. So very much looking forward to that. But in the meantime, let's see. Also coming up, I should say, later this month, we're going to be starting a short campaign of Electric Bastion Land. That's going to be on Tuesday evenings. That is run by Sarah, who you may know from this game as Isabel. And very much looking forward to that. They're going to go treasure hunting. So look for that later on this month. But in the meantime, folks, I thank you all very much for watching. Do take care, and we will catch you next time. Farewell.